One.
Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Northampton School Committee, meeting with the Student Advisory Council of the Northampton Public Schools, Thursday, April 8th, 2021. This meeting is being held via Zoom pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order modifying the state's open meeting law. We will be having the full school committee, so I will note that there is a quorum present. I think we can probably dispense with the roll call, since we'll call the roll call for the regular meeting, and you can just note the members that are here, if that's okay, Annie.
Okay.
Just so we don't have to do the roll call twice.
Okay.
Just also so we can allow the students to have maximum time for their presentation. So tonight the agenda is for our student leaders, and so I will turn it over to the members of the student union that are here, and I think they have a presentation that they wish to make. And if you could all could just sort of introduce yourself as you make your presentations, that'd be great.
Yeah, perfect. I'm just going to share my screen first and then we'll get started. Okay. Can everyone see that, just to make sure? Okay, perfect. So hello, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Meg Condon. I'm one of the junior representatives on the student union, and this is my second year on the union.
Hi, my name is Jake. This is my first year on the student union, and I am a sophomore in HS.
And unfortunately, our other member of SAC was unable to come today, Tor Olson, but yeah. So to get started, on our student union, we have 5 subcommittees. We have the mental health subcommittee, anti-racist/bias, MCAS, lending library, and math curriculum. On each of these subcommittees, we work on individual projects and initiatives, though we, as a whole union, we do also work together. Some of the current projects that we're working on are the lending library, which recently opened about last month, our peer mentoring/buddy program, student grants, making hybrid learning as efficient and equitable as possible, making MCAS not mandatory for students, making honors and AP classes more equitable, and standardizing the grading system. So to go a little more in depth, one of our first major projects this year was the mental health day/work catch-up day. So at the beginning of the year, we did a survey for all students at NHS, and only 7.3% of students reported not feeling stressed, while about 48.1% were feeling very stressed. So in order to try and help students manage the stress, we decided to host a mental health day on March 31st. This meant that students went to every class for attendance, but no new material was taught or more work assigned. This allowed students to catch up, but also students could stay in class for extra help or to reassess on any standards they needed to reassess that they previously hadn't met. This lets students make up work or reassess, catch up on work, or just have a breather day that might have been very much necessary. On to another one of our projects, which we actually do every year, twice a year, is our student grants, which are designed to expand opportunities within the school community and just the greater Northampton community. They're awarded to clubs, capstones, or school-affiliated groups, and we give up to $750 a year. And then some other things we are hoping to accomplish this year or set up for next year is the buddy system, which will pair freshmen or first years, with an upperclassman buddy, which will be able to help them make decisions, or help them with class decisions, or just getting better involved in the school. Another thing we hope to do is introducing books and authors that reflect modern age America and increase diversity all across the school board and curriculum, and making Smith classes more accessible for students, whether that means with the GPA requirement or changing how that goes around that. And lastly, increasing equity in AP and honors classes.
Okay, so now we're going to go specifically into one of our initiatives. This is, I would say, one of our two more successful ones, the Lending Library and the Mental Health Day. So a little insight into how it got started. The idea was brought up based in equity, meaning it was a member on our student union realized that teachers in the beginning of the year asked students to buy supplies that aren't necessarily given, or they're basically, they give a supply list of materials that are either required or help with the certain class, and students are usually expected to buy that. And while some items like notebooks might be accessible for most students to buy, some students aren't available. Some students don't have the ability to go and buy those things. And some classes even request students to buy their own graphing calculators, which are a lot more expensive. And that was basically where the idea started. After that, we surveyed students, about 287, the same survey that was cited for the Mental Health Day. And we had overwhelming support. Many students gave insight into what materials they thought would help, if they thought they would use it or not. And it was that's where the idea started really taking hold. And after that, we consulted with NHS faculty to make sure that they would support the idea if there was any initiatives like it. And then we realized that the PTO and the NHS administration were actually working on a similar project, which was more based on basic needs like toiletries, menstrual products, clothing, food. And so we decided, since they were the basis of the ideas were so similar, we would just join efforts and do that. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, so that all happened back in December, early January. We then hosted a donations period of about 3 weeks, and donations were actually really, really strong. In the next two slides, I'll show how strong they were. And we also utilized the PTO, which I also wanted to mention because they were a great help. Next slide. Okay, so I said that the Lending Library was two initiatives. So there's the Lending Library portion, which is the academic part, and then there's the student needs part, which is, as I said, toiletries, menstrual products, food, clothing, things like that. So the cost, the student needs, the $2,615 is not an actual amount. It's an estimated amount of what we would have expected if we were to purchase all the items we got donated. So it's by no means, you don't have to take that number for what it is. It's an estimate. And this is just the things that we got donated. And as you can see, there's a wide array of things that we got. And in the student needs section, we actually got more things than we were hoping for. So that was great. Can you go to the next slide, please? The next section is the Lending Library. And as you can see, the large portion of it is graphing calculators. And while that's percentage of money, that's not, we only actually got 8 calculators, which is a sign of just how expensive they are. And it was basically, it was a good donation. We didn't get as much as we could have, and not as much as we want overall as compared to the student needs section of it. And so these are just the materials we got. You can move on to the next slide, please. Okay. So I mentioned that there was a donation period, and this is only one of the ways we are expecting to and are funding the lending library. The first is, of course, donations. The second is the PTO. We actually just got a grant, money from them to keep funding the student needs section of it. So that's great. The third is the NEF and other grants. Right now, we're in the process of getting, we're in the application process for getting a $5,000 NEF grant to purchase all of the bigger items that we haven't gotten yet in the lending library section, which is more calculators, AP and SAT, ACT prep books, and then a few more, and then art supplies and a few more basic school supplies, such as notebooks, binders, because those students tend to use about 8 or 9 per year. And so that can easily add up to a lot of notebooks. So those, and then the final funding, which is the student union. We haven't actually used funds from the student union yet, though it is a possibility. It would go through the grant process that Meg mentioned before. So it was just one of the other funding options. Okay, move on. So this is just a graph basically of what we were expecting versus what was donated and versus, again, what we're requesting. So we originally estimated or planned for smaller than we actually received. So meaning we weren't expecting to receive such a big support, and so it was great news, and we actually expanded what we originally thought. We actually first thought, actually move on to the next slide and I'll go through that, sorry. Yeah, we originally had hoped to get film implementation the start of next year at NHS. And while that's still the plan, we were able, since the donations were so good, we actually were able to start this program about in late February. So it's been going on for a month now. And I would be showing you data on how much it's being used, though it's been we've been having a hard time actually going in and doing inventory, since students aren't necessarily allowed after school hours in the buildings. So, but from what I've heard from people who have used it and from people who have seen the supplies, there are a lot of the materials are being used. Actually, some materials have run out, like reusable water bottles, since students can't use the water fountains at NHS. So that's also why we requested the $700 from the PTO. Another goal we have is of course to receive the NEF grant, because that would get us all the supplies that we would need, and then also make sure that we have enough I guess wiggle room to get any materials that students may need in the future. And since we're in hybrid right now, we don't know exactly the full extent of how many students are going to use it. We don't know exactly what supplies they're going to use it, since we did implement it after the beginning of the semester. So that's what the NEF grant is what we hope we're going to get us. And then the third goal, while this is not a short-term goal at all, we may expecting 2-3 years if the implementation works well at NHS, possibly expand the program district-wide, though we first have to see how it works, and possibly start at JFK, and then move possibly to elementary schools. Okay, I think we're done. If you guys have any questions, or if you want further explanation to anything I or Megan presented on.
Open up the floor to any questions that folks have. Superintendent Provost.
Thank you. First of all, I want to really commend you on the lending library project. I've seen it, and it's quite an accomplishment. I did have a question though. Knowing where it is and students have to go into the library, I wonder if you've heard from any students about, possibly wondering about their privacy, or, you know, if it's hard for them to go in there to take something out of the library. Just wondering about that.
So we have heard things about that, not necessarily about the lending library section, more so the student needs section. And that section is actually in a different office. It's basically private, so you have to go and ask. I can get you her name probably, but it's, yeah, the privacy. We have heard some things, not necessarily concerns as it is implemented, but it is something we are, I guess, looking into, because while we do want students to feel comfortable, accessing things without feeling ashamed about getting things, we also, there has to be an accessible place for students to get things like this, and the library is the most widely available thing. So, but we are open with student feedback, teacher feedback, to possibly spread it out into different places. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Member Kaufman has a question.
I do. Thank you for that presentation. I had a question. I don't know if either of you are aware of the answer or what subcommittees you're on, Meg and Jake, but I was wondering, one of your goals was to increase equity in AP courses. Are either of you aware of what that's about? I haven't looked at the data myself, but what areas are a concern currently in terms of participation, or what can you share with us that about that issue?
Okay, so originally we were looking into all APs, just making them more accessible to students of all demographics, based on race, based on socioeconomic standing. We have had some trouble actually finding an effective way of doing that, but I think Dr. Provost shared something a few school committee meetings ago about this, and it was actually found that overall AP students are doing a pretty good job of getting access to their classes, though there is trouble with math related ones. So that's, I guess, where we're focusing, but we have yet to find an effective way, because one of our original plans was to make them possibly grade optional for some students, so they can get a feel for it, but that hasn't received a lot of teacher support, so we're not really pursuing that at the moment.
Yeah, but which members of the student population are not engaging in AP as much as other parts of the population? Do you know offhand?
I don't have data on that.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. All right, thank you. I'll look it up.
Yeah.
But thank you for doing that. Much appreciated.
Member Busanski.
Thanks. Thanks for your presentation and your work on the student union. Much appreciated. I was curious about the mental health subcommittee. I think it's the survey results were really interesting to me, and I think they're really important. And kudos on your mental health break day last week. I think it was last week. And I'm just curious what the subcommittee's work is focusing on moving forward.
I can speak a little bit on that. I'm on the mental health subcommittee. So we're hoping to try and make mental health days happen a bit more often. So in a couple of other months also in the school year, to hope to try and do that, and also make other resources more accessible to students. So on the mental health day, I don't actually think we touched on that in the presentation, but we did send out like a list of counselors and resources to students to try and help make it more obvious to students where they can get help if necessary.
That's great. Great. And it's on our agenda tonight. The superintendent is going to be presenting on, maybe you know this already, but on enhancing mental health supports at the high school. So thanks.
Okay. Are there any Member Kaufman?
Thanks, me again. So I had another question about your subcommittee on not making MCAS mandatory. And can you clarify, is that for not making it mandatory to receive a high school diploma, or is it not making taking the test itself mandatory, or both?
So that may have not been clear, and I guess that's our fault for saying that. But the goal is more so this year, specifically not making it mandatory in person.
Yeah.
As a union, we have not officially come up with a stance on whether we want MCAS mandatory for graduation. So I'm not going to necessarily say on that, but the goal of the subcommittee is for this year not to make it mandatory in person.
To take the exam again at all? Okay,
So
gotcha.
same
Yeah.
like last year, not just to have a waiver of not doing it this year. That's
Right, and there seems to be some recent efforts and some progress, or I don't know if you'd call it progress or otherwise, but there seems to be some recent developments in the state. So if you guys had an opportunity to help the state make a decision on that, congratulations. And if not, pay attention, because I do think it's coming up at one of their upcoming meetings to make a more firm decision as to whether it's going to be required or not.
Yeah.
So thank you again.
Okay, thank you again to Meg and Jake. Are there any final questions before we adjourn this special meeting with our Student Advisory Council? Okay, thank you again. Thanks for the presentation, and we look forward to future updates on these and other initiatives. Can I ask for a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the adjournment.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon. She's here yet. Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Okay, see you, sweetie pie.
yeah, I heard you. Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
and Member Gold.
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor.
So this adjourns our special meeting with the Student Advisory Council. And so we are at 6:40, so we'll remain adjourned until 6:45 when we'll convene the regular meeting of the school committee. Annie, can I just verify, are we remaining on this particular Zoom?
Yep.
Okay.
It's the same Zoom.
So folks who've joined us for the regular meeting at 6:45, we're just concluding our joint meeting with the Student Advisory Council, and we are adjourned and waiting 4 minutes until 6:45 when I can call to order the regular meeting of the school committee. So talk amongst yourselves, or whatever the saying is.
It was nice to have another Condon on the line in the meeting.
I think she might have been trying to go incognito with Meg Steve.
Your identity is revealed.
Yeah.
Erica, are we going to have some families on the line tonight?
No, not tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I understand.
Yeah. I'm
And I
hearing
miss the little kids.
I know. I miss the little kids too.
I know. Me too. Me
I
too.
bet you do. I bet you do.
So, Mayor, will you read the proclamation after we do our presentation, or do you want to do that first?
I can do it whenever works best. It's fine. Whatever you prefer.
Okay, how about at the end? I think
That would be fine. Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay.
Might be too nice of an evening for people to attend a public evening tonight, a public meeting.
Yeah.
We're not used to seeing daylight in the mayor's window there.
Are we going to call it due to lack of participation?
Hello, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Nice to see you. Glad to be here.
That it's taken so long.
Okay, so we are at 6:45, which is the time of our posted meeting. So I don't know, did we stay live, Liz, or do you need to count us back in again? Not sure. Let's see. Hopefully we didn't lose her. I see Northampton Open Media. She may not have turned off the meeting, so we may just be broadcasting. So
that could be.
We'll just press on and go from there. So it is 6:45. So I will call to order the Thursday, April 8th, 2021 meeting of the Northampton School Committee. I'm Mayor David Narkowitz, the chair of the school committee. This meeting is being held as a Zoom online meeting pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order modifying the state's open meeting law. I would ask folks who've joined the meeting to please mute yourself during the meeting, just so that we can avoid any background noise. And so I will begin by asking the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Member Busansky.
Present.
Member Fallon. I don't think we have her quite yet. Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Condon.
Present.
Member Levy. Member Kaufman.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Voss.
Present.
Member Gold.
Present.
Mayor Narkowitz.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So tonight we have a special presentation prior to our normal public comment period, because this week is the Week of the Young Child. So I want to begin by turning the floor over to Erica Frank and her team for a presentation on activities during the Week of the Young Child and early childhood education. Erica?
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone. So I am Erica Frank, and we are here to celebrate the Week of the Young Child. It is a little different because we usually are there in person with children in tow, but I think it was going to make it a little bit difficult tonight. But we will do the best that we can to share some really happy things that have happened over this year for us. I would also like to introduce my colleagues. So tonight I'm joined by Mandy Gary and Laura Fragmeni. Our wonderful program assistant can't be here, Pam Smith, but she is part of our early childhood team. I'd also like to mention Marianne Lockwood, our Associate Director of Student Services, as well as Pam Plummer, our fearless leader, who champion all of this with us every day. Next slide, Laura. My title is a big one, Coordinated Family and Community Engagement Coordinator, CFC for short, and it is a grant through the Department of Early Ed and Care, and the grant also provides services for Hadley as well, so we are actually the Northampton Hadley Family Connection, and that's why you see that there. We do many, many things. This is a quick list of some of the things that we do. We provide information and referral, such as preschool options, referrals to EI and WIC, mental health consultation, those kinds of things. We provide parent education and workshops throughout the year. We do story walks at the library. We have a really, really strong collaboration with community partners, and we subcontract with the Northampton Parent Center, who runs one of our play groups. And of course, we also oversee, PC Plus, which is Parent Child Plus, that you'll hear about a little bit more, is also part of the CFCE grant. And here's a quote from one of our families that said, "Thank you all for what you do and for adjusting and listening in these challenging times. You've helped us so much already and in the last few months." And I have to say, parents have been incredibly gracious throughout all of this. So that's been very rewarding. Now I would like to just talk about some of the highlights. So Swansea Benham Bleischer and Mandy Gary are our playgroup facilitators, and they have tirelessly gone through this whole year outside whenever they could to do outdoor playgroups, and they've been pretty amazing. We've also done Zoom playgroups, including activity bags, and have really had some really fun music sessions as well through Zoom. But they were out there in the snow, in the bad weather. Parents showed up, and we were so happy to do that. We've done some parent workshops, like a Dad Cafe series and a workshop for family child safety in the home and in the community. And we've done other workshops as well. We have assisted numerous families in trying to find care for their children, which has been so difficult in these times. And our story walks, which is what you're seeing in these photos here, have been super popular. It's been a lovely collaboration with the Forbes Library. And basically you can see what I do is deconstruct a story, and it gets put on the stakes, and then children and families go from stake to stake and read the story. And it's a lot of fun. It's outdoors. It's been an easy one to do. It was there through the winter as well, trudging through the snow. And the library has been providing activity packets to go along with the book. So that's been great, and we'll continue that always. And although we usually have a big festival at this time of year, we obviously can't do that, but we are going to celebrate our children in the community and also our preschool and kindergarten students from MPS with art in the downtown shops. So the next time you're down, you should take a look and see those. They should be going up next week. And so I wear another hat as well. I'm the MPS preschool coordinator this year, and I oversee our preschool program. I help with all the enrollment of students, both typical and children with disabilities as well. I am here to support the principals however I can and do a lot of coordination with Jennifer Towler, our registrar, to come up with activities and transition pieces for all of our rising kindergartners that are in the community and in our school that are going on to kindergarten. So now I would like to introduce Mandy Gary, who is our PC Plus coordinator.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us tonight, school committee members, Superintendent Provost, and Mayor Narkowitz. It's really a pleasure to be here and be talking about all the things we've been doing all year long. It's been quite a year. I work with Erica, Frank, as she said, and Laura Fragameni and Pam Smith in the early childhood office. And we also do a lot of work with the Parent Center, with Swansea, Ben and Bleischer. And this year has certainly proved to be just a overall big collaboration between a lot of different people all the time, which has been really fun. I coordinate the Parent Child Plus program, and I facilitate weekly play groups. As Erica mentioned, they've been out as much as possible this year, and that's been an adventure and also really fun. And I also do parent education workshops with Erica, like the Dad Cafe and the Parent Cafe. Our programming is funded through EEC, and we have the, as Erica said, the Coordinated Family and Community Engagement Grant, and the Parent Child Plus is nestled within all of that as well. For the last 8 years, I'm just going to dive into the playgroup part of it. For the last 8 years, we've had our playgroups at Whole Children, which is over in Hadley. And because we have the grant for Hadley as well, we need to do some programming in Hadley. So that's our programming. We've also been collaborating with the library in Hadley, which has undergone extensive renovations recently. And the children's librarian over there is really interested in continuing to work with us and do more events and maybe some story walks over there too. We've had our playgroups at Whole Children, which for those of you who don't know what Whole Children is, Whole Children provides recreational, social, and enrichment programs for children and teens of all abilities, including those with special needs. So having our playgroup at Whole Children has been a great relationship to develop for all those families that come to our playgroup and also come to Whole Children to find out about each other and take advantage of other program offerings that exist. When we were inside in Hadley, we had usually upwards of 25 or 30 families per playgroup. So it was really a successful and ongoing playgroup for many years, and it's been hard to lose that this year and not have that continuing, but hope to bring it back next year. As I said, this year, our playgroups have been really in collaboration with the Parent Center a lot more, and Swansea and I have both been doing outdoor playgroups and virtual playgroups that include the activity bags that have been at the Forbes Library. And it's been really fun to do that. And it's been great to just sort of provide some in-person, outside, masked and safe, but in-person programming for families. And often we hear parents saying like, my kid has not seen another kid for 8 months, or this whole summer has been, no kids. And so it's been really nice to have that, to be able to provide that experience for families. And so Parent Child Plus. Parent Child Plus was begun in the early 1960s by a woman named Dr. Phyllis Levenstein. She was an educational psychologist at Columbia University. And she was basically tasked with developing a program for families that would reduce the growing number of high school dropouts. And her research showed her that the most effective intervention was to reach out really early to children. And in fact, children and their families in their home was really the best and most effective way to do this. And that led to the model, which was originally called the Mother-Child Program, and then it was called the Parent-Child Program, the Parent-Child Home Program, and now we're called the Parent-Child Plus Program. And the plus really reflects that it's not just a home visiting playing program. We really provide a lot more support and bolstering of families and information and referrals to other agencies. And as you can see in the slide that just popped up, 30% higher graduation rates than their socioeconomic peers. So kids who come through our program are really doing well. They come in at a much higher level, literacy, talking, really communicating. This picture up here right now is one of my, we call them early learning specialists or home visitors. And this is my early learning specialist, Gladys, with her 3 daughters. And this year we delivered every month, we delivered all the toys and books to the families. And in the program, they're called VISMs, which is stands for Verbal Interaction Stimulus Material, which means just what gets you talking in the visit with the family. What is the point of interest that everybody can sort of see and start to talk about and feel comfortable with. So we've been going in Northampton since about 2000, and I took the program over in 2015 from Denise Houghton. We currently have a grant-funded budget of just over $48,000, and that's the CFCE grant. And we serve 15 families in Northampton, Florence, Leeds, and Hadley. We are a need-based program, and so we really look to help families that need the most support. We get referrals from other related agencies, school adjustment counselors, family-to-family referrals. And I also call everybody that's on the New England Farm Workers voucher wait list. And I hate to say it, but I have to say, like, I don't have a voucher for you, but I'm just going to tell you about all the other great programming that we have in Northampton to offer to you. And that's a great way to get new families for our program and to let them know about the play groups and the dad cafes and the parent cafes that we do as well. Our program has 3 early learning specialists, so Gladys is one of them. And then we have 2 others, Caitlin Burlingame and Elizabeth Holland. And they visit twice a week with families for half-an-hour visits for 2 years. So the first year is program 1, the second year is program 2. And as you can imagine, over 2 years, we really developed a relationship with families. We're going into their homes, typically not right now, and really developing relationships and trust. And that's, that's really important for families to have that. And also we're often the first touch that families have from the Northampton Public Schools, and they may not even know that we're part of it, but we begin to have that discussion with them, and then we can sort of help guide them and act as a liaison through, through a process through, maybe they come into our integrated preschool program, they probably will always come into our kindergarten, and then all the way up through being a senior in high school. We bring books and toys to all of our families, and alternating books and toys every visit, and really strive to get diverse books and toys so that kids can really see themselves in all the books and toys that we're bringing out and see something that reflects their family and their family's values. And let's see, it's really early opportunity for families. It's really something that I think helps families understand that they're their child's first and most important teacher, which a lot of parents don't think of themselves at. And so it's really nice to come in with the family at that early age and begin to cultivate all those ways of thinking about learning and reading together. And when the pandemic hit, we kept right on visiting. Initially in the spring, we were doing telephone calls. Most of our families don't have computers. So we were doing mostly like just check-in telephone calls, making sure everybody was okay, making sure that they knew what was going on, and just had somebody checking in with them regularly. We took on a lot more basic needs this past year. We We collaborated with the United Way Hampshire County and also with It Takes a Village. And both of those agencies have been really helpful in providing us with diapers and winter coats and other supplies like that. The Northampton Public Schools IT department also really came in for us and provided us with Chromebooks for all the families that we visit with. And so that was really exceptional and really helped us have that face-to-face virtual Zoom contact that we're all so sick of now, but really it's nice to see somebody else. So this year we've been delivering diapers. We've been helping families know about the NPS food drop-off sites and where those are, and often delivering food for families that couldn't make it to the sites. We've kept all of the families this year. We haven't lost any families, which is really great, and really speaks to the relationships that the early learning specialists have with their families, that they're really connected. We've done virtual enrollments. We've done virtual transitions to program 1 and program 2. We've graduated families virtually. Really looking forward to getting back to being in person. And we're starting to do that very gradually with some of the families that have asked for it. We are providing some in-person visits in outside, masked and socially distanced. But just getting to be a person again in their lives, a real person, and that's a huge difference for the kids. We are, yeah, it's been quite a year, and I'm really happy that we've been able to continue to provide all this programming for families and stay in touch with them and be there for them. I think all this programming really makes a huge difference in the lives of these families. We really seek to level the playing field for them and expand their opportunities and possibilities, and we're here for them. So with that, I will introduce Laura Frogomeni, if she's right there. Hi, Laura.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laura Frogomeni, and I work as the Preschool Partnership Coordinator. You might know that as CPPI, the Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative Grant. It's part of early childhood, and it's in the Student Services Department. So I get to work with my wonderful colleagues. In the partnership, we knit together services to increase equitable access to and the quality of early education and care in our public and community-based programs. And we do this by increasing equitable access. That could be providing funds and to expand hours at programs that previously were not full-time, or by subsidizing placements. We provide inclusion services, and a key to that is the itinerant special education team that travels around to go to the child. And we do this with quality initiatives through coaching and professional development, and through family engagement with supports and programming to parents and caregivers. So what does it look like when we put all these pieces of the puzzle together? Well, I'm going to let the program directors and teachers and parents tell you. One early learning program shared, CPPI has strengthened the connection between our early learning center and the public school. While we've worked together in the past, this partnership has clearly made us a part of the same team, and that's an extremely valuable asset. Another shared that through this partnership, we've been able to enroll children whose families would not be able to afford school fees, or who might otherwise not have found us to apply. These children have contributed to the diversity of our student body, and most importantly, all of the sponsored children are thriving in our classrooms. Yet another shared, for most, it has reduced stress for the children and families who receive IEP services in Northampton. Children don't have to go through multiple transitions to attend multiple programs each week, but rather they get to receive their services in the classroom within the secure routines and relationships of their group. Another program shared, teachers are benefiting from the direct consultation and support of the itinerant special education team, and that they appreciate having access to stipends if that work or other professional development extends beyond the workday. But what do the families have to say, right? One family shared, our family is incredibly grateful for NPS and the CPPI grant. The grant allowed our son to experience full-time preschool education when this otherwise would not have been possible. We've been highly impressed with the collaboration between MPS service providers and the preschool that our son attends. We feel incredibly well supported and truly could not have dreamed of a better team. Another shared, these parent workshops and family engagement are an essential bridge between school and home life for families. We learned how to be present and gracious advocates for our children when partnering with schools about special needs accommodations. We also learned about resources that can guide us towards the most effective ways of setting our family up for success. For yet another family, it meant that through the expanded use of interpreter services, they could speak with their child's teachers. So the vision for a preschool partnership, a public and community-based partnership, is fully coming to life in Northampton. It's a strong foundation that's been established, and we're going to keep building on it. So thank you. And I'll send you back to Erica because we both had a team to work with partners. And some of those partners are CPPI and some are CFCE. So take it over, Erica.
Okay, so not going to say much about this. You can see these are all of our partners, and we are so fortunate to have a really strong group of folks that are working on behalf of children. So you can go to the next slide. So I just wanted to leave you with some numbers. These numbers might look big to you. They're not that big. Pre-COVID, they would be much greater, but we're so thrilled that we are one of this part is not changing. We are one of 85 CFCEs in Massachusetts. Very proud to be. We had 130 playgroups to date, both outdoor and virtual, with 295 families attending, with 349 children, at least 386 referrals and information were passed on to parents. We are one of 9 CPPI communities in Massachusetts, and we have 10 CPPI classrooms. Our Parent Child Plus program has the 3 wonderful early learning specialists, and in Northampton alone, we have approximately 1,200 children under age 5. So it's quite extraordinary, I think, what we've been able to accomplish, given how hard this has been, and we've pivoted, really, really well, I think. So I would just like to say thank you to Dr. Provost for your ongoing support of our littlest citizens. We really appreciate that. And thank you to all of the families that have led us into their lives. It's been pretty amazing. And, if we had 4 children at a play group, we're like, woohoo, we're so happy that they were there. So it's been quite extraordinary. And I got an email today. I just want to end on this to say that I got this beautiful long email from a parent who we had their child in preschool. He had some significant needs, and many, many people worked tirelessly with him. And he's graduating high school, and he just got enrolled in Brown University, which is incredible. So, and it was a beautiful letter that I will share widely with all of you at some point, but it just completely made my day. And the other thing I just wanted to say too is, I don't know if you all know, but I am retiring. So at the end of this year, I will retire as the preschool coordinator, and I will be working over the summer to continue working with families on the CFCE portion of things, but it's been an amazing 21 years. So thank you all very much. And thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, Erica and Mandy and Laura and everyone on your team for this amazing work, and especially amazing given all the circumstances we've had to grapple with during COVID. So thank you, and what a great way to celebrate the Week of the Young Child, just to hear all the great work that's happening in Northampton and throughout the Valley that we're helping to lead. So thank you. I have a proclamation that usually is more geared toward the little kids that come, which there are none. So, but I did want to just, before I move on to that, I did want to just see if there were any questions from anyone from the school committee or any comments before we wrapped up this presentation. Okay. Okay, so I do have a proclamation. It is an actual real proclamation. There's balloons, there's a cat in the hat on it. And so this will be my last week of the young child as mayor. And I did, sad not to go to the parents center, which has been an annual tradition as part of this. But so the proclamation is entitled "Hooray, Go Wild for the Week of the Young Child, April 10th through the 16th, 2021, with apologies and gratitude to Dr. Seuss. Whereas one child, two child, red child, blue child. Whereas this one is a little wild, that one is a little mild, but wild, mild, or in leaf piles, we celebrate the week of the young child. And whereas there are some that like to run for fun in the warm spring sun, and what in spring could be more fun than celebrating children that are young? And whereas early years are learning years, where we encourage hope, not fears, praise parents, teachers, and caregivers with cheers for supporting our future chefs and engineers. Whereas from there to here, from here to there, brain building is happening everywhere. And so now, therefore, I, Mayor David J. Narkowitz, do hereby proclaim, last week is gone, last week was fun, this week is yet another one. This week is one to go hog wild and celebrate the week of the young child. In witness whereof I have set my hand and affixed the seal of the city of Northampton this 8th day of April, 2021. So happy week of the young child. And again, thank you to your team, and a special thank you, obviously, to Erica for your 21 years of service to the district and leading this effort. So thank you, everyone. I see virtual applause. So excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So, so now we'll move back to our agenda, and we will be moving into now the public comment period of the agenda. And I would ask if there are folks that wish to speak during public comment, if you could use the raise hand function and let me know. I know Zoom kind of pulled a fast one on us and changed the raise hand function. So some of you may still have it on your participant list. Otherwise, it's been moved for a lot of people to the reactions button, which is along the lower part of the screen. And if you go to reactions, that's where you can clap and raise your thumb and do heart emojis, but there's also a raise hand button. If you're dialing in, then you'll have to use your star keys and *6 to do that. So I'll ask people to raise their hand, I'll recognize them, I'll ask them to state their name and where they live, and I'll give them 3 minutes to make a comment if they have a comment. And again, I ask folks to just keep yourselves muted when you're not speaking so that there's no background noise. Is there anyone who wishes to offer any public comment this evening? Okay, well, it's something we offer at every meeting, but it's obviously not mandatory. So we will then move forward in the meeting agenda. And are there any announcements from members of the school committee? Are there any announcements? Okay, not seeing any announcements. So we will then move into recommended actions of the school committee. And we have on our consent agenda this evening 4 sets of school committee meeting minutes, June 8th, 2017, July 13th, 2017, August 10th, 2017, October 12th, 2017. And I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Is there,
Second.
okay. I would then ask the clerk to call the roll for the consent agenda.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy, Member Levy, did you say yes and I didn't hear you?
I abstain.
Oh, you abstained, okay. Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Sorry, I abstain as well.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
and Member Busansky.
Yes.
Vote is 8 in favor, 2 abstentions.
Okay. Okay, so the consent agenda is adopted and those 4 sets of meeting minutes are approved.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I had an announcement, but I didn't get my hand up. Can I do that now real quick?
Sure, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. So our first retreat is going to be on April 29th, and I just wanted to say that that retreat is going to be facilitated by members of the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. And I just want to let you know that this is going to be on effective meetings, tips for making our meetings more efficient and more effective. And in the next couple of days after I get hold of my colleagues who are facilitating, I'm going to send out an email to you all just to ask what they want to know from you, what kind of specific things you might want to get out of this retreat and some specific ideas. So just as a heads up, you'll be receiving an email from me. And again, that will be on the 29th at 7. Thank you.
Member Condon, you have your hand up.
My question was just answered. I was just confirming it was at 7 p.m.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that announcement. And we'll now return to section 5 of our agenda. I do not show any budget transfers on the agenda this evening. We do have a donation. This is a donation from the estate of Lawrence G. Budger, and it's a $1,000 gift to Bridge Street School. And I don't know if there's any additional information to share about this, Cami?
I don't have any other additional information about that particular donation tonight.
Okay. Well, Jerry was, for those who don't know him, was a longtime supporter of Bridge Street School, lived right across the street from Bridge Street School, was one of the founders of the Ward 3 Neighborhood Association, which were and remain fierce supporters and advocates of Bridge Street School and the entire school system. And Jerry had the pleasure of knowing and serving on the board of the Northampton Education Foundation for many years, where again, he was a strong supporter of the Northampton public schools and Bridge Street School in particular. And sadly, we lost him unexpectedly. And you know, this is not unsurprising that he would leave a gift to his beloved Bridge Street School. And you may also know that the Ward 3 Neighborhood Association has raised money, and there's actually a community bulletin board that's being erected at the entrance to Bridge Street School in his name and in his honor. So, so this is a great gift, and I would ask for a motion to accept it.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay. All right. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on that gift.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
and Member Fallon.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so we'll now move on to the reports and recommendations section of our agenda. And that is, I did just want to check with the superintendent. Are we following, is this the order that you had hoped that we would follow, or should I be moving up one of the items earlier in the agenda?
We do have Nick Bernier with us, who's here to interview for the business manager position. So I appreciate anything we could do to get him on as quickly as possible.
Okay, sure. So why don't, before we move on, before we move into rather the some of the other reports from committees, et cetera, that let's move ahead and take up the item of the school business administrator candidate. We do have a candidate before us this evening, Nick Bernier, who's been recommended to the full school committee by the screening committee that Dr. Provost put together. And we do have a series of questions that will be, different members will be asking Mr. Bernier, and I think those have been distributed in advance, so people have them. But I wanted to begin by obviously welcoming Nick Bernier here this evening, and I would basically welcome you to make an opening statement about yourself and your qualifications and your reasons for wanting to join the Northampton Public Schools.
Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I just want to thank you for your time and your consideration. All of the members of the screening committee, Superintendent Provost, Mayor Narkowitz, and all of the members of the school committee. I thank you very much for having me at this meeting and for your consideration for me for the next school business administrator, as your current one is retiring. I've been an educator my entire career. I taught social studies for 13 years, both at St. Mary's Academy in Long Meadow, and then for 10 years at Agawam Junior High School. 5 years ago, I became the principal of Robinson Park Elementary School, which is a relatively large elementary school considering the size of Agawam. But in my time there, I did take a particular interest in school finance. It is part of my day-to-day job, among many other things, but I took a particular interest in just the power of being able to allocate resources properly to make sure that all students have equitable access and are able to receive the education that they deserve. So along the time that I've been a principal, I worked to get my school business administrator licensure under the direction of the Agawam business manager, Rob Klickstein. I received that certification a few months ago, and I decided that it's time to take the next step in my career and be involved in school finance in a more macroscopic level than I currently am. So that's a little bit about me. And again, thank you so much for having me here tonight.
Thank you. The next question will come from Member Fallon. I know Member Fallon was having some tech issues. Member Fallon?
Thanks. So my question is the Northampton School Committee members serve 2-year terms and often have little to no background in school finance. One of their primary responsibilities, however, is to review, approve, and oversee an annual budget of over $30 million. How would you describe your role in supporting them in their work?
Well, first and foremost, when one develops a budget and manages it, having extreme knowledge of why you've made the decisions you have and why you're allocating funds where you are is extremely important, because questions are going to come up. I see it often when I go to school committee meetings where I currently work. Often school committee members do have questions and often don't have a background in school finance. So in order to answer those questions, you have to have very good reasons for what you do. You have to have justifications for how you've developed the numbers that you have. And you need to be able to explain why you're doing what you're doing, but also do it in terms that the general public can understand. And if school committee members don't necessarily have a background in school finance, it's important to be able to explain it without using a lot of technical jargon and things like that. So the committee is aware of what's going on, because it's absolutely crucial that they are. Being the overseeing policy-making body of a school district.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next question will come from our Vice Chair, Member Kaufman.
Thank you. And hi, Nick. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
We're in the middle of our FY22 budget process, which is tricky this year due to the need to facilitate student social and emotional recovery in the midst of a very uncertain economy. So can you describe your experience during a financial downturn and how you strategize the best use of all available funds for a multiple year duration in order to make your financial recommendations to the superintendent and to the school committee?
Sure. While I do not currently have any direct experience having been in a school business administrator role, I can speak to that at my own building level.
Sure.
As last school year ended, obviously times were very uncertain. A lot of the federal CARES Act and ESSER money had not been announced or come down the pipeline yet, and it was the budget situation for FY21 was very uncertain. And when that happens, you have to make tough decisions. And in doing that, you first have to prioritize. Like, what are the biggest priorities that we need to put in the front here moving forward, and make sure that those things are funded first, and then figure out some things that you may be able to possibly live without, depending on the budget climate. So around a little less than a year ago, I did have several conversations with my staff about things that we might have to live without for this coming school year. A lot of it being various software that teachers had used for a long time, and well, a lot of it certainly has value. I did ask them for some, justifications as to why we should keep these things. So what are we using it for? What kind of data are we getting out of it? Are we seeing return on investment here? And too often I would receive answers like, well, I like using this. And I get that. I mean, I taught for long enough, and there's things that you like doing and that you feel comfortable with, and things like that. But when you have to make tough financial decisions, you need a little bit more than I like this. You need, how it's engaging your students, how it's, what it's doing for you. So as time went on, I was able to get kind of the answers I wanted, and I was able to prioritize some things that we could cut if we needed to. Luckily, we weren't really in a position where we had to cut staff. It was more supplies and services. But I was honest with them, from pretty early on about what FY21 might look like, because it was very early on in the pandemic at the time, and we just had no idea the trajectory that this was going to take. As time went on, and as federal grant money and state grant money became available, a lot of the things we thought we were going to have to cut, we didn't end up needing to do, which was certainly good, of course. And it looks like, with the money that's out there now, particularly ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 money, the next year or two, I don't think look as negative as they probably did about a year ago, but that's eventually going to run out. So I think it would be wise to anticipate in the next 3 or so years there being a financial downturn. And when that happens, I would take the same approach as I did in my building, just on a district level. I would work with principals and other central office or superintendent's office staff to really prioritize what we need to keep and think about what we might be able to cut should we need to do that. In making those decisions, it's very important to consider the impact it's having on all students. Earlier on in the meeting, during the presentation, they were talking about leveling the playing field for low-income students, and not only low-income students, but many other student groups. It's very important to keep equitable access to education at the forefront of the decisions you make. So when you go through the prioritizing process, you have to consider the impact it's going to have on various student groups if you cut this or that. You mix that in, with academic data, things like that you may be able to get from building principals, and you can develop, a pretty good plan for what you would keep and what you would cut if you had to. That's how I would tackle that.
Sure. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next question will come to you from Member Levy.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Nick. I really appreciate your being here. And I appreciated your response to the diversity, equity, and inclusion question in your application. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what you see as the role diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism play in the business administrator position. And sort of as a second part of the question, what areas would you need to develop in order to bring that lens to the role?
Well, in a school business administrator position, having so much essential control over where funds are allocated, it's important to keep, ideas and things that you just mentioned in your decision-making process about where you're going to allocate funding. The goals of the Northampton School District, which were outlined in that question, your budget and how you spend the money that you have should always be tied to your goals and your mission and vision statement. And those are things that Northampton has chosen to prioritize. Therefore, spending needs to be as such. It should follow that. And in reading your the budget presentation off the website, I did see in the school profiles that teachers are going through anti-biased, anti-racist training this year. That was in several of the school profiles. So I think a lot of those things that are already in place, definitely more so than in the district in which I currently work. So I think that as the school business administrator, just continuing to make sure that the decisions you make from a budgetary standpoint are aligned with those goals. I'm sorry, you had a second part of your question.
Yeah, is there, what if any development work do you need to do or might you need to do in order to be able to support that work of the district?
I think it would be important for me to take part in trainings that would happen at the district level. I'm not sure if the trainings that I saw in the school profiles, I'm not sure if central office administration has attended anything like that or not. I'm assuming probably, if it's a district priority, that's probably happened. But being an educator my entire career, equity, inclusion, diversity, anti-racism more recently, have of course been priorities of mine. I mean, it's I think, the overwhelming majority of educators, really want to ensure that all students have equitable access and are really able to get the education that they deserve. And, in doing that, students from certain groups certainly need more things than others might. So, over the course of my career, those things have been a priority, and I have attended, various workshops and trainings and such. So I spoke to in my question, or the answer to the question there, the written response. However, that doesn't mean that my journey of learning more is over. I don't know that journey is ever over. I think that we always can learn more, and we always need to listen to perspectives of other people and factor that in when educational and of course school financial decisions are made. So in short, whatever the district has to offer its staff, I think it would be important for me to hear those messages, because ultimately I would be making budget decisions, kind of controlling where money's spent, and it's important for me to know the things that the money is being spent on. And that doesn't mean I need to be an expert in every single thing, in terms of curriculum and things like that, but overarching parts of a district's vision and mission are essential for me to know about in the school business administrator role.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I actually have the next question. Obviously the mayor serves as not only the chair of the school committee, but is also sort of the bridge between the school department and city government. And I'm curious if you may not have had a working relationship with city officials, the treasurer, the accountant, people that are on the financial team. But I wonder if either talk about that or talk about how you view that role, and how you would work to develop that relationship as the school business administrator. And then if you've had any notable challenges or successes regarding that relationship with the city side or the town side, that would be helpful to hear as well.
Sure. My current role as a building principal, some of my interactions with employees on the town side are more limited than they would be if I were a school business administrator, admittedly. I certainly have relationships with our school committee and the mayor of Agawam, who used to be our superintendent. So that relationship is already there. In terms of people that work in the town hall, I certainly interact with them periodically. I don't interact with the treasurer that often, unless there's a personnel question or something that comes up. I do talk to the personnel office here and there, particularly when there's workers' comp claims that happens sometimes. My school houses a substantially separate special ed program, and every now and then staff members get hurt, and there's paperwork involved, and so I'm well versed in the personnel aspect of that. I communicate with the director of building maintenance often, as he's involved in projects and various improvements that take place in the building. Obviously, in the role of a school business administrator, these relationships would have to be stronger, and there'd have to be more communication. But I certainly have a lot of experience forming relationships and getting to know people. And honestly, relationships it's probably 75% of what I do on a day-to-day basis, because if you don't have relationships with people, nothing gets done. So something early on, if I were to get this position, that I would have to do is reach out to different people with whom I would have to work relatively frequently, and get to know them, get to know the processes that take place within your city. It's because things are going to look different than they do where I come from. I'm sure there's some similarities, but there's going to be different things. One notable difference is the central services department that you have. It sort of encapsulates things on from both the school side and the city, the municipal side, which in Agawam, that's done separately. So our school department has its own payroll department, and then the town has a payroll department. So I think, relationships with City Hall would be more critical here in Northampton, because that's under one umbrella. And, particularly with payroll, there's going to be questions that come up. And, I'm going to know more about the school side of it than, probably people who work on the town side, just because I have a direct line to principals. I can ask questions. I can I understand the educational side of things, and so there's but in order for that to get done smoothly and make sure that people get paid, which they certainly want, I need to be able to have a good relationship and be able to communicate with the people who work on the municipal side of that. So I would not worry about that at all coming into the position as a new business administrator. It's easy for me to get to know people and learn what I need to and become part of the team that you have.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I believe our final question will come from Member Kaufman.
Yes. So Nick, our last question is really a little bit open, but it's what questions or final thoughts would you like to leave us with tonight?
I did ask several questions during my interview on Tuesday, and they were all answered, so that was good. One question I guess I would have, and this might be difficult to answer, but given amidst the times in which we live with COVID and reopening schools and everything, what impact, and obviously it's been impactful everywhere, but I guess what my question would be, what's the greatest impact that COVID has had on the culture of Northampton Public School District?
It's a great question. Who's best to answer that, John? Dr. Provost, maybe?
Sure, I'll take that on. So I'll say that COVID has definitely brought people together in ways that I would not have anticipated. A lot of the conversations have been emotionally charged. A lot of the conversations have involved people with very different perspectives about what should be happening or not happening within our schools. But the nature of the problem is such that it's not the type of thing that you solve and then you move on to the next item, like much that happens in school. COVID is there every day, so the debates and the discussions are there every day, which has really caused, I think, the entire district to get much closer. I think parents have been very free about sharing their perspectives on what they've liked and what they haven't liked about the whole process of reopening. I think staff have shared their perspectives, as well as students. Yesterday, I have a monthly meeting, just to share this little piece. I have a monthly meeting with the union, and I remember starting it yesterday by saying, I can't believe we're talking again. I feel like I've talked to you every single day for the past 14 months, which is true. So I think there's been that. I think we have a shared experience of being through something together that I think will carry with us as we move forward. I think that there is an anticipation that you and a lot of administrators are facing right now, which is experiencing the district open, which is something that two of our principals have never seen before. One of our principals now is an elementary principal, so is just really doing her first full week of fully in-person instruction. The middle school principal has never seen the middle school open. if you were the successful candidate for this position, you would have never actually seen the operation. Maybe by June, or May, we'll have the whole thing running the way it should be. But so there's that. So I think that, we just have this, this problem that we've been forced to deal with that's brought us together in a way that I hope will sustain new ways of collaborating as we move forward into a post-COVID time.
Thank you. And I would echo that similarly where I am in my particular building. While it's certainly been challenging, and I mean, we've been hybrid all year with the exception of a few weeks of remote learning around Christmas. Other than that, we've been in person and now we're fully back. And I think the team is stronger. I mean, it's been a struggle, but I think the team is stronger, and you said it very well, Dr. Provost, that we've been through something together. This is something that nobody's ever experienced before, and you come out on the other side of that with a sense of togetherness, I suppose, that you may not have had as much before.
Yeah, thank you for that. Nick, did you have any other questions or final thoughts for us?
I don't think I have any other questions. I suppose my final thought would be, again, to just thank you all for your time and your consideration. This was relatively unexpected. I'd applied for this position way back in January. I'd seen it posted on Christmas Eve on School Spring, and I looked at it. I was sitting on my couch watching It's a Wonderful Life with a cup of coffee and, really enjoying my first day off since March 13th of 2020, because it's been crazy ever since. And I saw the posting, and I had worked with Dr. Provost briefly when he was the special ed director in Agawam. It was a couple of years, I think. I got there in 2006. Not quite sure when Dr. Provost left, but I fondly remembered working with him, and he was a very respected individual within our district. And people still talk about you, Dr. Provost, believe it or not, including in my building, people that you interacted with when you were there. So, that was definitely part of the reason I applied. Was because he was the superintendent here, and I hadn't heard anything, and which was not strange because I frankly don't have any direct experience in this role. I'm new and there's a lot to learn for me. I mean, I understand the educational side of it, which gives me a unique skill set, one that perhaps not all school business officials have. A lot of school business administrators come from the private sector and, certainly bring a different skill set than I do. But I do understand the educational side. I have developed, good interpersonal skills over the years and interacting with parents and families and students and obviously staff. And I have learned a lot about school finance through my internship with Mr. Klickstein, but also just in doing my day-to-day job. I manage purchasing, I create requisitions, I have to do my building-based budget. I do a lot of this work in my day-to-day job. And while there's a heck of a lot more to learn, obviously, I'm up for the challenge. And, but I was not surprised that I hadn't heard anything because of my lack of experience. But last Friday, Dr. Provost called me and asked if I was still interested. And this thing went into overdrive very quickly. It's been a whirlwind of a week. That's now included 2 interviews, a lot of soul searching, and a second COVID vaccination. And here I am. I'm about to finish the first full week of in-person learning after having gone through this. Again, thank you for the opportunity. This is certainly, however this ends up playing out, certainly a week I will never forget. And thank you very much for your consideration.
You are quite welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nick. And so now I believe I guess I would open it up to members of the school committee and obviously entertain a motion to put a motion on the floor for discussion. I see Member Gold has his hand raised. Member Gold.
Yes, motion to, let me get to sure I'm saying the right thing here. Motion to enter into negotiations with the chosen business school administrator candidate, Nick Bernier.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion by Member Gold and seconded by Member Buzansky, which would be to appoint Nick Bernier, subject to contract negotiations, and authorize. I believe, as before, we authorized Dr. Provost to enter into those negotiations and then bring that information back to us. Member Voss.
I just want to say I'm really impressed with this candidate and excited to move forward. And thank you for being here, especially with the week you've had. And I really enjoyed your application, and it's really lovely to hear from you.
Thank you very much.
Member Kaufman.
Yeah, I might have missed this. If so, I apologize. But maybe Dr. Provost, can you just summarize, or maybe Member Buzansky, what role did the Budget and Property Subcommittee have in Mr. Bermier's application? Did you interview him?
The chair was on the screening committee, so Member Buzansky
Exactly.
was a member of the screening committee, representing that committee as the chair.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Provost reconvened the screening committee to interview Nick earlier this week. And I was on the screening committee, so I was in the interview representing this. I was this only school committee member and as the chair of Budget and Property.
Okay.
The screening committee was composed of people from the different departments that the school business manager interfaces with. And obviously, as chair of the Budget and Property Subcommittee, we had Member Buzansky there as well.
Great. I didn't know that. Thank you. That's good.
Member Gold.
Dr. Provost, could you just speak a little bit to the piece about Cammie's role in supporting Nick, and just a little bit what that might look like?
Sure. So as Mr. Bernier has indicated, he is licensed. He has completed the MASBO program, but has not had this role before. And so one of the things that I think would be essential to help him be successful in this role is to make sure that he has an opportunity to be trained by someone with more experience. Cammie has agreed to stay on. So what I would propose to do in the context of this is, if you appoint him, I'd like to enter into a contract with Cammie as well, so that she could continue working with him over the course of the next year. We were, based on her experience helping other beginning school business managers, we were thinking that a day a week would be more or less the schedule that would be most conducive to Nick, with it being somewhat more front-loaded around the time of doing the end of the year report, because that is a very tricky and intricate task, and then sort of fading away as Nick develops more skills and gets his sense of how finances work in Northampton. I also discussed this with Nick, and I'll say that he is eager to receive that support from Cammie, so I think they'll be a good team.
And just the only follow-up to that, sorry if I missed it when you were saying it, is that something Cammie has already given the go-ahead for? Have we?
Well, I don't want to speak for her since she's right here.
I see her 4 boxes down.
Agreed.
Cool.
Okay, thank you. Member Buzansky.
I just able to be in the longer version of the interview with Nick.
Just me or
business. Oh, I'm going to turn off my video. Can you hear me okay?
Now we can. Yeah, you were kind of hanging up a little there.
Yeah,
so
I got that internet unstable message. So I just wanted to say how excited I am about having Nick as the possible future school business administrator. And I love how it kind of comes full circle that Dr. Provost was a brand new superintendent at one time and knew Nick in a former position of his, and how Nick could then, kind of also step up to the next level and receive the mentorship necessary to become a school business administrator. But I was very impressed, and I think we'd be lucky to have him. So I'm excited.
Excellent. Any other comments? I have a silly question. I'm curious, are you a Red Sox fan, Nick? Or are you a fan of any baseball team?
I would, yeah, Red Sox fan.
Okay.
Definitely.
I do have concerns about an overload of Yankee fans in the central office, so that's good to hear that we'll have some balance.
Well, I let me clarify that. I'm a Red Sox fan, but I'm not a stereotypical Red Sox fan.
Okay.
I have respect for the Yankees.
Okay. All right. Well,
good answer.
There are some out there. So thank you. Sorry. Dr. Provost and I were on a Zoom meeting recently where we had dueling background screens with Yankees and Red Sox for opening day. So anyway, I have to give them a hard time about that. Okay, so are there any more questions for Dr. For the item before us before we take a vote and then turn it over to Dr. Provost to enter into contract negotiations? If not, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes, and I just want to say I'm right down the street from Member Busansky, and I have unstable too, so that's why my video's off.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
And Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Excellent. Okay, so that is a unanimous vote of the school committee. Congratulations, Nick. Obviously, subject to further negotiations around a contract, but clearly it sounds like you have the unanimous support of the school committee to begin this journey, and we hope that we'll be able to get you under contract and get you started. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the opportunity, and as I said earlier, I do know I have quite a bit to learn, but I bring with me a lot of unique skills to the table that I look forward to mixing in with all the things that I need to learn and being a successful business administrator in your district.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good evening. Go Sox. Let's go to the next item. We're actually going to go back up again then, back up to section 6 of the agenda, which is the reports and recommendations section of the agenda. And we'll move to the student representative report. And we have scheduled Tally Serlin and Megan O'Connor to offer tonight's student representative report.
Hi everyone, in case you don't know us, we're the Student Union High School representatives, and we're just going to update you on the school and the Student Union. My name is Tali.
Hi everyone, my name is Megan, for those of you who don't know me. One exciting thing that's been happening at the high school is that more and more students are attending in-person school, and some students are even going in 3 days a week, and it's great that students are getting more chances for in-person learning. Also, the spring sports season is starting soon, and some captains' practices have been happening in this amazing weather, which is really fun. And all the students are just really excited to participate in school activities and connect with our peers. Also, class officers have been organizing school functions. The freshman class is holding an April egg hunt for their class, and the junior class is holding a holiday orb hunt for the rest of the school sometime in April. And we're very optimistic about the rest of the school year having more opportunities for engagement within the high school community.
The Student Union subcommittees have been seeing a lot of progress. The students of NHS enjoyed their first mental health day last Wednesday. This was a day for students to catch up on missing work, get extra help, or just enjoy the nice weather and take care of their mental health. We hope to have another mental health day sometime in May. the Racial Bias Subcommittee is continuing to work with teachers and administration to expand upon the diversity in our curriculum. We would also like to remind everyone that our emails, DMs, and meetings, which are the first and third Thursday of each month from 6:30 to 8, are open to the public. And we find it so helpful when our peers and community members join us to voice their opinions. Thank you all for listening. Does anyone have any questions?
Are there any questions for our student representatives this evening? Okay, well, thank you both very much for the report. We appreciate it. We appreciate you hanging in there with us till we got here. And thank you both for the report. And we look forward to your upcoming report at the next meeting. Okay, so now we'll move on to reports from various subcommittees, if there are any reports. First up, a report from Rules and Policy, Member Fallon.
Thanks. So Rules and Policy, we did meet to discuss the matter, which was referred to us by the full committee at our last meeting, of the creation of a broader policy on bias and the prohibition of symbols of hate. We began work on the adaptation of the policy that was brought to us by Attorney Taylor, used in the state of Oregon, called All Students Belong. We'll be meeting again on Monday to continue work on that. And then we have a meeting set up with the administrative leadership team on April 14th to solicit their feedback on both the proposed policy and on reporting procedures before we intend to bring it to the full committee for further feedback before we proceed any further with it. In addition, we met with both Senator Comerford and Representative Sabadosa on Monday. Our intention was to formally request that they sign on as co-sponsors of Representative Malia's House Bill HD 3837, which is modeled on the New York Senate bill that recently passed, which bans the display of the Confederate flag and other hate symbols on state grounds. And we also discussed other legislative avenues that would support our policy work. And we're really appreciative of both their time and their support in this matter. So yeah, we have meetings scheduled for Monday as a regular Rules and Policy meeting, and then we'll be meeting with the administrative leadership team next Wednesday. And that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Member Fallon, and to the members of the committee for their work on this. Let's get an update next from Member Condon and the Superintendent Evaluation Committee, if there are any updates.
There is, thank you, Mayor. So last Thursday, we as a subcommittee met where we heard from Dr. Provost. He presented to us his mid-cycle goals progress report, which other committee members you have in your packet you received for this evening. I'll remind everyone, those are the goals that he revised based on COVID and its implications in the district, and that we as a committee approved. So he went over his 4 goals. There's a student learning goal, professional practice goal, and 2 school improvement goals, and his progress on them, 2 of which he feels he has met so far and provided some preliminary evidence to support that, and then 2 goals that he is still progressing on, but feels he will finish before the end of the cycle. You can look at that progress report again, it's in your packet. Looking forward, we are, as a committee, we will be putting together kind of a questionnaire for you all. Previously, we had talked as a larger group about receiving more input from the larger school committee in the superintendent's overall evaluation. So in order to make that happen, we're gonna, like I said, put together a questionnaire to help kind of guide you and your input, which we'll then collect from you. Our aim is to get that questionnaire to you by May 13th. And we'll then solicit feedback from you in June at our June 10th meeting. It will be an agenda item in our regular school committee meeting to discuss. And then incorporating all of your feedback as well as evidence presented by Dr. Provost, we will bring back to the full committee a recommendation for suggested ratings for his overall evaluation on July 8th. Any questions from any of the school committee members not in the subcommittee?
I'm sorry, Member Condon, can you just say again the timeline of when you need committee members' feedback by?
Sure, yeah. So in next month, in May, we'll be sharing that kind of questionnaire to help guide your feedback. June 10th is when we'll formally take it in one of these, in a regularly scheduled school committee meeting. And then after that June 10th meeting, we'll be incorporating that into our final recommendation, which we'll present in the July 8th meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there are no other questions or any questions, I'll thank you, Member Condon, and the members of the Superintendent Evaluation Committee for your work and that update. And so the next report would come from Member Busanski and an update from the Budget and Property Committee.
Thank you. I have no update at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we'll turn to the school business administrator for her monthly report, as well as the personnel report. Cami?
Good evening. This will be my last monthly report I give you for now. In your packet is the fiscal 21 appropriations report. It's the monthly expenditures for our local budget appropriation through March 31st. I'm working with the administrators and the staff to prepare the needed transfers while I keep continuing to monitor the spending of our appropriation funds, as well as our federal funds and our grants. We have a number of reportings that need to be done before the end of the year in June. I'll work with Wendy, my assistant business manager, trying to close out all those books throughout the end of the year and spend our grant money most appropriately we can. So that's one of the places that will be happening before the end of June that I'll make sure that ends up happening and does that. The gifts, there are no gifts in the past month that I need to present to the committee that were less than $1,000. And also in part of your packet were the warrants that your representative signed since my last report that I gave you. And those are in your packet as well. For the personnel report, during March, there were 5 new hires, 2 separations, and 1 transfer. If you have any questions, more than happy to answer them.
Okay, are there any questions for Cami on her final report, business administrator report, and or the personnel report? Okay, thank you very much, Cami. And now we'll turn to our final report of the evening, which is from Dr. Provost and the superintendent's report. Dr. Provost?
Thank you. I'm going to take control of your screens for a moment. Let me start with some visuals from the long-awaited transition to fully in-person learning at the elementary schools, which has been both a joyous and successful experience. I don't believe any other action we've taken has generated as much community support as reopening schools. The first employee I ran into on Monday captured the community sentiment simply and succinctly in the words, quote, "The kids need it." As she was saying this, a student burst out of a car and headed for the basketball court at a dead run, arms apart, as if she wanted to embrace everyone sharing the moment and shouting with delight, "I get to go to school 5 days a week." Similar scenes played out over and over at all 4 elementary schools, and I was struck by the greeting processes I observed in so many places. These were classes that had been together for 8 months, but there was so much they had to learn about each other. One of the teachers whose classes I visited enthused, I'm so happy to be here. I've never met some of my students before. There are also a number of social epiphanies for students, the likes of which I've never heard before on any other first day of school. Students said things like, "You seem taller on Zoom," or "You look different in person." Even though some of those exchanges were a little awkward, the spirit of the moment was very lighthearted. I was also struck by the frequent verbal and nonverbal expressions of love I heard. The chalk drawings on the screen are really a love letter from the community to the school employees who serve them. I saw many students attempt to hug their friends or staff at school. And I was both pleased and saddened to see COVID consciousness or staff redirection coming at the last moment as students interrupted their spontaneous behaviors and pulled back to maintain social distancing. I also heard something I've never heard before, which was students telling staff, "I love you," saying it right out loud, saying it in front of their peers, even saying it in front of me. I believe our older students have a desire to get back to fully in-person learning as quickly as possible too, and we heard that from the student representatives tonight. As you know, we were only able to commit to 1 day of in-person learning per week in the published high school hybrid model. However, the high school staff have been dedicated to maximizing in-person learning opportunities by offering unused seats to students wishing to have more frequent in-person learning. To date, the high school administration has processed more than 450 requests for increased in-person learning. This includes accommodating more than 100 requests to change from remote to in-person or hybrid, and increasing the in-person schedule for 193 students from 1 day a week to 3 days a week. With the increased number of students in school, we've not experienced any in-school virus transmission. The biggest problem we've run into so far is traffic congestion during student arrival and dismissal. This has been particularly pronounced at Leeds and Bridge Street Elementary School. Principal Wenz, Principal Chiquette, Tammy Lever, and I have been looking at some potential changes to school procedures that might help mitigate the problem, and we'll be communicating with school communities about that. So let me close by previewing a communication concerning travel restrictions the district will be enforcing to mitigate the potential spread of COVID-19 after April vacation. Overnight, out-of-state recreational travel is discouraged for all staff and students who have not been fully immunized, and in most cases will result in mandatory quarantine and PCR testing prior to returning to school or work. We look forward to bringing middle and high school students back for fully in-person learning in the near future. To achieve this goal, we need to remain vigilant and continue to make the personal sacrifices that are needed to keep our schools open and our community safe. For the sake of the students and our whole community, I urge you to take these travel restrictions seriously and to avoid any activities that could jeopardize the progress we have made to safely and responsibly reopen our schools. And that's my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Provost. So now we will move into the new business section of our agenda, and we will pick up our discussion of the FY 2022 budget, and there's also hopefully a vote scheduled as well on the agenda. And I believe, Dr. Provost, you have some additional information to present with regard to the budget.
That's correct. And I'm going to ask Annie to share the screen at this time. Thanks, Annie. So the last budget meeting ended with a request for us to consider ways of providing additional social emotional supports for high school students through the budget process. I want to thank the committee for this direction. It gave us the opportunity to revisit a discussion about grades 9 through 12 universal social emotional supports that dates back to the Principal Lombardi era. At one point, there was a rising concern about culture at the high school, and I began meeting weekly with high school administration to analyze the problem. One of the chief conclusions from those meetings was that there was a gap in the district's continuum of social emotional supports at the high school. My assessment of the situation was that the high school needed to adopt a curriculum or approach to social emotional learning so that all staff were responsible for implementing social emotional support as had been done throughout the rest of the district. At the time, there were concerns about initiative fatigue, and then the transmission of leadership led right into the COVID crisis, so I lost the thread of that conversation. However, based on your feedback, I returned to the original thoughts I had on this matter, and I approached the high school administration saying I believed we would have the committee support to move forward with the implementation of an SEL curriculum or approach at the high school, which I had already identified as an important next step to move the high school forward. We've only had a few weeks since that last meeting, and I've encouraged the administration to collaborate with our counseling staff to identify an appropriate SEL solution for the high school. So we don't have a final recommendation at this time, but we do know the range of potential costs, which is enough for the purpose of approving the budget. So if you could move on, Annie. Let me start by explaining what I mean by saying there's a gap in the continuum of SEL supports at the high school. In a system of supports, there should be a universal level. There are curriculum and instructional strategies that all staff should be using with students. At the elementary schools, second step or PBIS are formal school-wide programs that all staff use with the students, and this support is sufficient for a large majority of students. We also have some students who need a little more. They need explicit instruction in specific skills such as self-regulation or social behavior. This is often provided in small group settings by counselors, special education teachers, or therapeutic staff. And then there are some students who present with highly individualized needs who require custom designed interventions based on functional behavioral analysis of their academic and non-academic behaviors. So moving on, Annie. This shows the SEL supports at JFK, and you can see we have the same system. Tier 1 is PBIS. Tier 2 has the same small group interventions that I just described as being present at the elementary schools, and Tier 3 has individualized supports. But if you could move on, Annie. When you get to the high school, we still have the same supports at Tier 2 and Tier 3, but there's no formal program or curriculum at Tier 1. The vast majority of students do not require group therapy or functional behavioral analysis. They can and should be supported with supports and strategies implemented in the general education classroom, and this is where we have the gap. This is what we're proposing to address through this version of the budget. We'd like to add resources to address the concerns we heard from the committee at the last meeting by saving some money in the next budget to purchase and implement a formal SEL curriculum at Tier 1, the universal level. This would be the level of support provided by all staff in the high school. As I said, there are a few options under consideration. We've not decided which of the following would be best for the high school. However, the costs of the programs don't vary all that widely, so we could set aside some money in the budget now and make a final determination as to which program to implement after the high school staff has had more time to weigh the options. We think the high school should adopt one of the following as its core essential program, but we're not quite sure which one yet. So I just want to briefly review the three for you. So Annie, if you could move on. The first is RULER, which is an acronym for Recognizing, Understanding, Labeling, Expressing, and Regulating. This program was developed by the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. I can say that I have some personal experience with this program. This was a program that was first presented at the joint MASS-MASC conference, I believe 2 or 3 years ago. And the developer asked a room full of probably 500 or more superintendents and school committee members to just start labeling emotions. It was kind of embarrassing. I think we may have gotten a dozen different words for emotions. And so the next question was, if you all don't even know what emotions are, how can you be leading the SEL work in your districts? So this program comes with an app to help with that. It happens to be an app that I have. I've been practicing with ever since that session. Every day, my phone asks me to rate the level of energy I have and the amount of pleasantness I'm feeling. It then suggests possible emotions to label this the state I'm experiencing, and some possible interventions that I could do in order to experience a more positive emotion. For example, if I'm feeling relatively pleasant but somewhat low on energy, that could be an emotion called contentment. But if I go out for a walk or work out to raise my energy level, then I might be able to experience an emotion called joy. It's such a simple framework, but it builds self-awareness. It improves the ability to discuss emotional states with precision, and it reveals patterns that can lead to helpful lifestyle changes. So moving on, Annie, this is some more information. I'm not going to read through this slide, but you have it in your packet. You can see that the total cost of this would be approximately $7,000 to $9,000, depending on the number of trainers we choose to send. Then, of course, there's the cost of the apps. As I said, the app is very inexpensive as a 99-cent app. And if you want to practice with it, I encourage you to do so. I've certainly had a lot of fun with it. The next potential option is Character Strong. And I'm going to invite my high school colleagues to discuss this. This is not a program I'm so familiar with. So I know there's some people from the high school here to discuss this.
Thanks, John. Good evening, everybody. So I am going to discuss Character Strong, which if we were to choose this, we would rename as Hamp Strong, but it is built on this program and was researched by our associate principal, Ms. Sheridan, and our adjustment counselor, Ms. Goodwin-Boyd. So Character Strong is, all of these are very, very similar. And this one is very similar to Ruler. And this particular social emotional learning curriculum is based on the core competencies of SEL. And the outcomes of this program are for students to have a sense of well-being, of belonging and engagement. And it focuses on 4 thematic, or just 4 themes throughout. The first being emotional understanding, which leads to emotional regulation. The second being empathy, which leads to compassion. The third being values clarification, which leads to a sense of purpose. The fourth, goal setting, which leads to habits. And the final one is leadership skills, which leads to teamwork. So this particular program offers 25 30-minute units, which would be an appropriate length of lesson for a flex block that could happen 25 times within the year. And the lessons are divided over each grade. Again, it's looking, the core components are not only the curriculum, but supporting students in leadership development. And, it's less about behavior, but very similar to what the Ruler program has, with being able to identify and label and use common language for emotions. So this program has a one-time fee to initiate the program of somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000, depending on which kit we would buy or which bundle we would look for. And then it has an annual fee of $800. And so that is the Character Strong program.
Thank you, Principal Valancourt. So the third option that's been identified is PBIS. PBIS has been widely implemented for several decades. It has an extremely strong evidence-based I have experience overseeing the implementation of PBIS in many schools and districts, including the recent implementation of new PBIS program at JFK Middle School. I could discuss it for hours, but I won't. It is a third potential option. In terms of price, it's similar to the others. You can see implementing any one of the core SEL programs for the high school would cost about $10,000. In terms of return on investment, I think any one of these programs would allow us to serve the 80% of students at the high school who could benefit from Tier 1 social emotional support at a cost of just a few dollars per student. I think this would be an extremely impactful investment of in the social emotional well-being of our high school students. And I hope with the addition of $10,000 for the implementation of a core SEL program, which could be charged to COVID funds, for a program to be selected at a later date, the school committee would approve the budget tonight. So thank you. You could stop sharing now, Annie.
Okay, so I've got several hands from school committee members. Member Goldman, you have your hand up first.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Provost, and your team for bringing these. I have some strong opinions about the options and hope to have a chance to discuss those. But before we go there, I think it would be helpful if you could tell us a little more about the small group SEL work that's being done in the elementary schools and the in all the schools, what that SEL program stems from, or what training that's based on.
So there are a number of different small group interventions that are taking place. I would say the two main types have to do with social skills development. In some cases, they're using skill streaming or a similar type of curriculum to explicitly teach social skills, social habits, social behavior to students who struggle with that, both to manifest the behavior or to recognize and understand the behavior that their peers are manifesting. The other type of group that we have a lot at the elementary school and middle school is focused on self-regulation. So that has to do with mindfulness, being aware of students' internal state, developing strategies to modulate the internal states. And so, there are many different flavors of that, and each group is purposefully designed to bring together students who are working on similar kinds of skills. But we have those, and those are at the high school as well. You asked about elementary and middle, but that type of work is being done at the high school as well.
Thank you. I don't know a lot about PBIS, but I do recognize that it's in the other schools and provides some continuity for students going through the programs. And I do recognize that it's very well respected. In terms of the other two, I, of course, wouldn't overstep what the administration feels is a good fit for the high school. But I will say that the ruler program is a Castle Select program, and I have a deep respect for Castle. I know that I listened to an interview actually earlier this week with one of the founders of Castle talking about returning to schools, and I know Castle has a robust program that they've put together for students returning with schools reopening, and Ruler is closely associated with that. I think that they're very cutting edge. They have a long history and they're very robust. And so I would strongly recommend favoring Ruler of those three based on my background, which is well informed by the emotional intelligence community, is what I do for work. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Fallon, you have your hand up next.
Thank you. So I am really grateful, Dr. Provost, that you brought us your selections without making a decision. I don't think 2 weeks is adequate time to, do a deep dive into the best program or get buy-in from the teachers and the administrators that will actually be implementing any sort of program. And we still haven't gotten the results of the prevention needs assessment survey. So I'm not sure that we even know what the needs are. So I feel relieved that we're not implementing all programs easily, but that you have a general idea of price. So can you just clarify for me? So you would be looking for essentially to earmark $10,000 would be from ESSER 3 funds towards one of the programs, and then you would also like to maintain that $100,000 in the budget for CSO for contracts, and that would all go towards programming at the high school to support mental health needs.
So the only correction I would make to that is I wouldn't say that it would necessarily come from ESSER 3. It would come from one of the COVID pots of money, possibly the original ESSER or ESSER's 2.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to approve the FY22 budget and the amount of, I hope this is the right number, $33,461,896. So that would be essentially the budget that you presented to us last month, that had the approval of all of the school councils and the administrators, and then it would also allow for the funding of one of these programs at the high school with CARES Act or some sort of federal funding.
Okay, so I know I have other hands, but obviously a motion takes precedence. So there's been a motion made. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded, and actually, Member Condon, you have your hand up next, so I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Provost, thanks for bringing these 3 programs to us. My question is probably short and simple. How did you choose these 3 to delve a little bit into, at least to present to us tonight?
So I would actually ask Principal Valancourt to speak to that. I basically tasked her with bringing forward some recommendations, and I know that she formed teams at her school, but she can speak to it in more detail than I can.
Thank you. So the goal was to choose a program that was outcome driven and data-based, so we could be able to measure the work that we will start, and that we are. And so that was really one of the biggest highlights. And so I will say we, meaning my administrative team, reached out to our school adjustment counselors and asked them to partner with us around this work. And they all come from a background of different experiences where they have engaged in many of these curriculums or know people or colleagues who have. So there was some professional connection to each of these programs. We were really focused on, so we started and we said, what do we want? What do we want from a program like this? And one, it was, when we really listen carefully to the kids and we listen carefully to the staff, the one thing we hear often is that, we love our school, but the community feels divided. And so this hope that we would be able to build a stronger school-wide community and really be able to build some positive school-wide morale amongst all of the players and all of the stakeholders, the students, the staff, and everybody included in this curriculum. So that's how we that was the lens that we were looking at as we began the work. And so there's a gazillion programs out there. So we started, and Member Coleman, we started with the Castle website, and they have an enormous list of materials and programs and suggestions. And then we read through them. Many are web-based, and that was something after a pandemic and so much online time that we really wanted to stay away from. And so we started narrowing it down with our goals. And again, from the Castle website and program suggestions. And the ones we came up with were these three. So there were others on the list, but we ended up, Xing them out. But that was the process. And we are very clear that this was just one small group looking at these things. Ms. Sheridan attended a brief PD on the Character Strong. One of my counselors has colleagues who engage in the ruler program, and you all know that, our district does some work and is really heavily involved in UEIS. So this is where we landed. There's so much work to do with, talking to students, getting students involved in looking at programs and caregivers as well as families. So there's a lot more work to do, but it feels like a good start.
Thank you, Principal Valancourt.
Okay, the next hand is from Member Busanski.
Thank you. I really appreciate this, and I feel very comfortable with having the high school administration, Dr. Provost, the all team, carry on and make this decision. I just had a couple of questions. So, so this would be implemented in September, correct? That is the idea behind that, to do the work now, to have it ready to go in September. I'm a little confused about the ruler program. I assume it's more than just an app. So is there also a curriculum? Yeah, of course there is. Is there also a curriculum that goes with it would that also take place during Flex Block, or do you have a sense of how it gets implemented or what there is to implement? I just sort of was missing that piece.
I actually don't have a sense about that. I think that's the next level work that Principal Valancourt was talking about, with reviewing programs with faculty and figuring out which one seems to be the best fit and then what's the best way to implement at the high school. Many of these programs are quite flexible in how they could be implemented. And, the most important thing is finding something that people can get on board with and support so that you have a high fidelity implementation.
Also, it was really important to the team to make sure that these are 4-year programs, so they cover 4 years. And then when you have a graduating class, you can repeat that program. So it's building off each other. And it was also really important from past experience in knowing both the dedication from our faculty and knowing how very hard it is to plan additional lessons, that there were lessons that were already practiced and very easy to implement. So a lot of, with the ruler program, you would specifically choose, certain people, staff members, to attend these trainings, and then they come back and then it's like a train the trainer model. So that's how that would work. And so how would we implement it at the high school? We would be serving, like our faculty would be engaged in meetings during faculty meetings and department chair meetings and things of that sort to get this experience and training, and then they would practice that in their classroom. Both of these programs are a lot about like teacher support. So for example, Character Strong, let's stand in the hall. There's like this one very brief tool, like we greet every student by name. If you are able to, you can touch their shoulder or fist bump or make some type of like physical connection if that's possible. And then, there's like another step to that. Oh, and then start with the task when they walk in the classroom. But just those little tasks of engagement are less about needing time, but knowing these tools that become a part of the culture of the building.
Got it. Thank you. And, Dr. Provost knows that's one of my favorite exercises, is about knowing each student by name, and a couple things of them at a workshop we attended together a few years ago that I've never let go of. But I'm just wondering, so is Character Strong, is your sense the only one that would happen during Flex Block? You said like 26 times per year, or if you don't know the answer yet, that's totally fine. I'm just curious.
Yeah, they both have lessons. So no matter what, we would, if we want to do a lesson, have to be Flex Block. Like you could say everyone first period will do this lesson. It's 25 minutes today. Why I mentioned Flex Block or 30 minutes or whatever. I mentioned Flex Block because that's the time, right? It's already, you could have a group of students who you're with for 4 years. So that just made sense in my head. There's a lot
No, I think it's really great that we have Flex Block, that we could use it that way, that there is kind of a dedicated period of time. I know we've run in past years, we ran into problems with advisory and there was a period where we were trying to implement it at the beginning of first periods, and there were a lot of holes in that. And so I think there's a lot of value in being able to use that dedicated time. So, okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your work on this.
The next question is from member Boss, or our next hand rather.
Thank you. I have one on this topic and two, I think, very short questions, but I'll start with this and see if you want to come back to me on the others. Thank you so much. I think this is exactly the kind of direction I was hoping to see, and really appreciate all the work everybody put into it. And I just want to say I completely support the idea, as Member Fallon said so articulately, of letting the high school folks figure out what makes sense. But I just wanted to add that if there's time and it makes sense, and I understand time is a precious commodity these days, it might make sense to invite students to give some feedback on what they think they would participate in the most meaningful way. And I'm sure you're going to ask teachers to give input, and hopefully lots of teachers and students can give input on how to do this. But I completely support whatever you all come up with. And then I have another question for Principal Valancourt, but if you want to come back to me after others ask about this, that's fine.
I'm not sure if Member Levy wants to comment on this particular piece, and then we can come back. So Member Levy, and then we can come back to you.
I'll put my hand back up. That's fine.
Great. Member Levy.
Thank you. I really appreciate your taking this opportunity to bring what seems like a much needed program to the high school. I know we're not being asked for input into programs. I do want to share, though, that I have serious reservations about PBIS, especially in terms of the inequities it frequently creates when it is not done in culturally sustaining ways. But my question is how any of these programs would be used to address the increased social emotional needs, specifically due to the pandemic. These seem like really, really great culture building, long-term programs to implement SEL programming over the course of 4 years. Can you help me understand how they would help in the immediate short term? How would they be used to address the needs that students are bringing specifically due to COVID and to their experiences over the last year?
So I'll begin by just addressing that in terms of the multi-tiered system of support, which currently doesn't exist at the high school. So right now, there is no answer for kids who are presenting with something below a significant enough level of need in order to either require individual therapy, small group therapy, etc. So this provides a net to catch students who present with what I would consider to be sort of subclinical levels of social emotional concern, which I think is going to be most of them. Our data certainly supports that it probably is most of them in that level rather than at the more acute level. And the thing that has been missing from students' life is relationships, right? The reason they're having so many emotional struggles right now is because at a time when human development requires close connection with peers, they've been totally cut off from that. And so all these programs are based on getting students to interact with each other and with adults in ways that are effective and supportive and reinforcing and rewarding. And so I think that's why this is an appropriate response in this time and in any time.
If I can add a little bit too, I think the other thing that's been lacking as we start returning to school and things that we're noticing is that, and maybe some of you have felt it too, is, that lack of routine and knowing what's coming next. And so that's something that we have to repractice, and to be able to begin a school year following the pandemic with common routines and common ways that we talk to each other or greet each other, or how we work together in the building feels really important post-pandemic. Also, this idea that students are coming back without without a lot of practice of regulating emotions. They can just kind of like be whoever on their screen or behind the screen and not have to talk or have to respond with social cues. And so there's a lot of coaching that needs to happen to be able just to be in school and with each other in these social ways as well.
Thanks. How many teachers and educators at the high school would need to be trained in these programs in order to really be able to, from day one, put in place a program that is really well done in that way, as you suggest, to have that routine and to have the understanding of a thread that ties throughout? How many people would need to be trained in order to be able to do that, and in order to also be that safety net that's really identifying students early on?
Right. So 100% of the staff would have to be trained, and that's everybody. So that's from, that's our teachers, our clerical staff, our students, our librarian, our custodians. It would be the culture of our school, whatever this program would be. So everyone would need to be trained. And for, what's great about, again, I'm going to be very honest, that PBIS is something that I have to learn more about. So I've done some study with Ruler and Character Strong, but there are like these instant small wins. There are, big wins with small activities that you can do right away. Like we would say, everybody needs to stand outside and we need to greet each student as they walk in the door. Like we could all do that very easily the first day, but there's these very mini tasks of things that just become bigger. And so, that's one example. The other one is, they have other small tasks, like you could send home a note to parents with a suggestion of tonight, exchange gratitude if you're able to. And then you give suggestions to caregivers like, hey, ask your kid this question about, maybe how they were doing on a test or what made them laugh today. But it also engages caregivers in conversation with students about their days. And so that is just another extension of how this would, ripple outside of the school as well. So it would take some significant training, but there are bits that could create some real big waves.
Yeah, I think the thing that, and it may just be because people don't know enough about these programs yet to be able to speak to this, but I am concerned that again, they create this really great long-term piece that I think is very much needed, but I haven't yet heard how they create that safety net for the short term. And that's something that I would like to know more about. And again, I totally understand if folks need to learn more about it. I also really want to encourage those of you who are looking into each of these programs to do so through the lens of anti-racism, and to ensure that whichever of these models ends up getting selected is one that that does not have any kind of deficit model that's used when students do either have signs of sort of acting out, or may be acting in ways that are culturally appropriate for their identities and backgrounds, but may be seen through a white dominant cultural lens as acting out. And so whatever program is being looked into or ends up being chosen, I hope that lens will really be applied rigorously.
I always appreciate that we can be so aligned on the lens in which we're looking at, curriculum and programs and things that we're choosing. It's definitely the dominant lens of how we choose things. So I appreciate you recognizing and encouraging that.
Okay, I did see Member Goldman had her hand up, and I just want to, I think it may be related to this topic. So I just was going to offer you, if you had something to add, Member Goldman.
Yes, thank you. Member Levy, I really appreciate you talking about how plastic or malleable the moment is when everyone is returning, like an opportunity to really bring in some new ways of addressing the needs of the students after the pandemic. And I know Castle is sensitive to it with their roadmap for schools reopening, and some of the other work. I know that they were talking about, this dual pandemic, and so addressing the SEL that people need to recover from the trauma of the COVID-19, but also with that social justice lens and finding ways to address that, that's really incorporated in the ways that those things sort of intersect, the both layering the virus pandemic and the inequalities, the way that the pandemic has impacted and I don't know what the word is, but sort of made the social justice piece so clear for us, and how that can be addressed in schools. And I also appreciate the way Castle has an eye for a student's entire community and life, including caregivers and social interactions aside from the behaviors they're seeing in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So let's go now to Member Voss, who has some additional budget questions, I believe, or
Yeah, I wanted to ask Principal Valancourt one more question about actually related to this, and then I have a completely different single budget question. So my question, Principal Valancourt, and actually it really builds on, I think, what Member Levy was talking about, is it's really just clear how badly we need this kind of stuff in general. So thank you for all this work. I think it's going to make our school a much healthier, better place in so many ways. But just thinking even more aggressively about how to recover from this year of not having these social interactions. This group had thrown out ideas maybe a month ago. And I wonder if, in addition to this, so this is just not to take anything away from the current conversation, have there been further discussions on the possibility of using some of this COVID relief money to support parent-teacher conferences? And really that struck me as Member Levy was talking, because I feel like that would be a place to get more information about where each student is at. For example, what traumas have happened in their life during this year that the school's unaware of that might not come out in these other ways, and really specific things. And I'm doing a back envelope calculation here just based on how many students are in our high school. And I think it would be about $25,000 for each student's family and the student to have about an hour with an educator. So I just wonder if there's been more conversation about that, and if you would support that, if an amendment was made to add a little more money for that kind of possibility. And obviously we need to have, it would be educators who felt they had time to get paid extra to do that work. I don't think this is something we ask for free, but I think using our money for that kind of thing could potentially be very helpful.
I would, I love the idea of doing conferences in the high school. I think it's important. I've done it in prior positions as teachers, and I know of so many ways in which we could make it happen. Like we could go to different communities, we could go, have other common places outside the school for conferences. I think it'd be a great opportunity. I've had a lot of conversation with my teacher colleagues about it, and many of them feel really excited about that opportunity. And so it's not a hard yes or a hard no, because I think that there's a lot of conversation that we need to have with NACE and with the school committee about what that might look like. My worry about including that in something like the budget and really putting, paying teachers to do that work is that it changes the students and the caregivers' ability to access, to access a conference, because not all teachers would have to do it. They could opt in or opt out in a case like that. And I would want everybody to have the opportunity to be there. And so I would want it to be something that's more of a commitment and a requirement for everybody to participate in. So I would love the support of both teachers and the school committee to consider ways that we could make that happen, potentially like in lieu of an open house or additional days within the schedule. That could be half days where the afternoon into the evening could be conferences. I think if we could consider doing some alternative scheduling to host events like this and make them mandatory, but also free up some teaching time, I think we would get more access to all families. So I love it. I want to do it. I'm not sure if the budget is the place to make it happen.
Mayor, I'll let you, I think other people are raising their hand about this, so I'll let you go to
Okay, Member Busanski.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd love to just follow up from that for a moment, because I'm also a big believer in that parent-teacher conferences have been a really missing part of our, middle and high schools. So if there is an opportunity, I just wonder, Principal Valancourt, would it be helpful to build and Dr. Provost, this question goes to you as well, to build some money into the budget now to allow for that to happen, even if you haven't done all the again, like the social emotional program, even if you haven't done all the work that you need to do to know exactly what you need, or would we be able to, back it in later?
But we can always make amendments at a later date. And I think that would be more appropriate, since we're kind of just, to use, I forget which member uses this phrase, but spitballing ideas right now. I think we could put together something, and if we have a proposal that's solid, then we could come to you and say, this is what we want to do, this is what the teachers are committed to, and here's what the cost would be.
Okay. Well, it'd be great. I'd love to, if we could be kept abreast of it, if it's moving forward or not, that would be great. I would really appreciate that. I also just wanted to follow up on something that member Levy, I think, was making. But I do feel like a lot of these programs really live or die on their implementation and on their training, right? If there's really PD and done well, et cetera, it goes well. If it's really learned by everyone, and if not, then we know that these programs can really kind of fall flat. And so do you really think that 10,000 is I understand that might be enough to purchase the program and the training that goes in it, but how do we need more time to be able to train teachers or provide professional development teachers? How will that fit into this whole equation? I just know we don't have much, professional development time, so I'm just curious.
It's true that we don't have much professional development time in the budget. Fortunately, all three of these models implement a train the trainer model, which is one of the most efficient ways of doing it. Once we have trained staff, then we can use other times during the day to dedicate to this work. We can use faculty meetings. We can use the first 2 days of school. And that's how we implemented PBIS at the middle school, right? We didn't have any additional professional development time for that, but we just focused all of the professional development time we had on getting everybody up to speed on the procedures. So I think that it would be possible. I do think that Principal Valancourt might be a little bit ambitious when she says everybody for the first day of school, but she's absolutely right when she says everybody needs to have the training, because the way all of these programs work is by creating a predictable space for students, right? They need to know that all the adults who interact with them are going to interact with them within a pretty similar range of responses, and that creates psychological safety so that students can feel at home. And that's why it's important to get everybody trained, so that they don't have one class where there's one set of expectations and another class where there's a completely different set of expectations. That's what really sets students up for not to have success behaviorally or socially in school. It creates confusion. Sometimes it causes them to, pit teachers against each other or feel that one teacher is more loving or accepting of them than others. It's really important to get everybody on the same page. I do think it'll be a process, and the training will have to sink deeper over time, and people will have to work through issues and come to agreements on how they want to handle things. But it is important that we do a universal level program with universal training for everybody.
So I guess my question is, do you feel like we have enough time and, PD in those first 2 days, et cetera, to at least get it sort of launched? Because again, we're, yeah.
Right. I think there's enough for a launch. And that's for everybody, right? The trainers are actually going to get much more in-depth training, and they will not be able to do that in the 2 days. We'll need to fund their training over the summer, which is what a lot of the cost in these programs is. It's that. But it takes practice, and it'll get better over time. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I think we were talking at the same time.
Sorry, I think I just talked over you. That's what I was trying to get at. So there's money in this there's funds to train for extra time to train the trainers over the summer. So yes. Great. That's great to know. And I know you mentioned this in your explanation of it, but I do want to just second or third whoever said that, running this, having students be involved in choosing this program really is a great idea. So I appreciate that. And I see that there's still some members of the student union on our video call tonight. So, I'm sure there'll be their mental health subcommittee will be particularly interested in this. So thanks.
Okay, I want to return to Member Voss, who has her hand up still, or may have.
Yeah, I think this might, thank you. This might be quick. I'm just going to actually conclude this other thing to say, that sounds good. I'm happy to leave it with the conversation we just had, but I want to really encourage you, Principal Valancourt, to come back to us with asks for if there's ways that all of this COVID relief money that we're getting can support the work we just talked about, even short-term parent-teacher conferences or interactions with family. I really hope you come back and ask for money as soon as for what you need, or for training more people to do these, whatever you choose. Okay, so I think my final thing, I've actually gone back and forth with a lot of emails with Dr. Provost, and I'll just summarize that I don't really think we've gotten all the answers, and I'm not really ready to say a whole lot about everything with the questions I had on the buses at the last meeting. But he and I think have agreed on a friendly amendment that I think it's Laura or Member Fallon who made the motion. So I'm going to see if she'll accept this friendly amendment, and if Dr. Provost wants to offer edits to it, that's fine. But I'm ready to support the budget with the following friendly amendment, which would be to refer the discussion about the timing and of the next bus purchase and the long-term plan for transitioning to electrical vehicles within our school program to the Budget and Property Subcommittee. And I guess that's all I need to say. Is that wording okay with you, Dr. Provost?
I'm not sure about the timing. It certainly is the idea of submitting the question of the transition to electric busing to rules and property again, but I'm not sure how urgent replacing the current buses are. So I wouldn't want to get caught in a position of not being able to replace something that was needed to come off the road.
I'll just say I think that's why I'm referring it, because we don't seem to be able to get numbers and mileages that match. And before I can sign off on a budget spending that much money on a bus, I want those numbers. So that's why I'm trying to put an amendment in to refer it to another committee so we can go ahead and vote on the budget without getting into the nitty-gritty of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying, the Budget and Property Subcommittee can get those numbers very quickly and come back and say, it's fine. The plan is fine.
Okay, sure. Yeah. I see Cammie has her hand up, but I would just, if you can help to reassure me that the sense of the provision is if Tammy says we have a bus that really needs to come off the road and is urgent for replacement, that we can go ahead and do that, then I don't have an issue.
Absolutely. My intention is if it's urgent, safety, absolutely. I'm concerned that I would like to know what the mileages are and what the issues are before we spend that kind of money on it. That's all.
Okay.
Amy, did you have any information to shed?
I would like to add, like I said in the last meeting, we did not buy a bus last year, so we haven't bought one for 2 years now. We put in a request for the capital to buy a gasoline bus for a certain dollar amount. We would need to change the capital request that I believe the city council is already reviewing and looking at, because the capital committee's looked at. So we would need to submit a new capital request next year for a different amount of money, which means we would not be buying it till next spring. So we're putting it off another year. So I'm concerned about doing that where we have a fleet of 5 buses. And like I mentioned in the last meeting, these buses are our own in-district buses that transport our special needs students and our preschool students for the most part. They have hydraulic lifts in them. There's a number of questions with electrical pieces that we don't have answers. We would be ordering a bus in the next 2 months in order to have it for September. That's how long it takes to get one of these buses. You don't get a bus and pick it up in 6 weeks. So if we're not ordering it now, we're not ordering it till next spring at this rate. So I just want the committee to be aware of that.
You want me to?
So I just want to, go ahead, Member Boss. I did want to.
Yeah, I want to respond to that.
Eventually, we have to ask whether the friendly amendment will be accepted, and then whether it may need to be its own standalone amendment. So I just want to.
Sure. Yeah, so just so members of the committee know, I haven't been able to get an answer, and I don't blame anyone. I think people are busy on the actual number of buses we own. I've heard evidence of 4 or 5 or 6 buses. And last year, when the Budget and Property Subcommittee looked into this, I think we made the change to go to vans for really good reasons. And we were told those were instead of a bus last year. So we have been buying things. I don't know what the mileage is on any of our buses. I've asked many times, and before I can vote to buy a fossil fuel bus, I want to know what those mileages are and understand what the safety issues are and make sure that we really need a new bus. And these things are separate questions that the Budget and Property Subcommittee, if that's where Dr. Provost wants this handled, that's fine with me. But I think there's 2 completely separate issues. One is, how do we transition to electric vehicles? How do we follow the grants? How do we get in on that? That's a long-term question. It sounds like we all agree that can go to probably the Budget and Property Subcommittee. That's separate from this question of when do we buy a new bus? If the little bit of reading I've been doing has a certain mileage attached to when buses usually break down, and it's really hard to see how we're even close to those mileages. And I want to be convinced that our city needs to spend $110,000 on a bus. And I'm happy to be convinced of that in one Budget and Property Subcommittee or in this meeting here. And I've been asking these questions, but I don't see why we just bought these 2 new vans because a year ago we were told we couldn't get enough bus drivers. So let's get some vans because it's easier to find those drivers, and that's fine. But it's very hard for me to understand all these pieces right now, and it's a lot of money.
So, so before we go any further, because I want to there's been a request for a friendly amendment to the motion. And it sounds, I'm trying to understand, but it sounds like this would be an approval of the budget, except this particular portion of the budget would be contingent upon Budget and Property approving it at a later date. I'm trying to understand that. But most of all, I need to ask the maker of the motion whether they accept it as a friendly amendment or whether we have to take it up as a separate amendment.
So I'm going to defer to the expertise of our business administrator, and I'm also going to point out that tonight's the last night that we have scheduled to vote on this budget, and that it's members of the Budget and Property Committee that brought us this budget and that they had the opportunity to, I think, investigate this matter sooner, and that I'm uncomfortable with changing the budget at the last minute without knowing more about it, that I wish that this had come to us earlier.
Sorry.
I'm not, nope, I'm not going to.
Member
accept
Fallon
this.
has the floor and I'll let.
That's fine.
It's gonna need to be a separate amendment.
Okay. So, so the original maker of the motion is not accepting it as a friendly amendment, but you could certainly make an amendment to.
Yeah, and I'm gonna also say that the Budget and Property Subcommittee did not have access to this part of the budget until the full meeting, and every meeting I've asked about it. So I think that's kind of an unfair criticism, but that's fine. I'm happy to make a separate amendment. And I'm in a way trying to maybe make it more simple by separating it out for people if they want. So I'm going to make two separate amendments. My first one is to refer to the Budget and Property Subcommittee that our district wants long-term planning for transitioning to electric vehicles, where we keep an eye on grants and start planning that into our future budgets.
So I understand what the motion you're making. I'm not really sure how it relates to the budget as an amendment to the budget. I mean, the motion on the floor is to approve the budget for the year. And it sounds like you're proposing a referral of a policy question to the Budget and Property Committee, which you could certainly do at any point, at any meeting. I'm just not really sure how that's an amendment to the budget.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Maybe you can help me. I was just trying, maybe I can't combine them. The issue is you're asking us to vote to spend $110,000 on a bus that's going to last for 10 years. And it's fossil fueled, and 10 years from now, that's not the kind of technology we should have. So it's trying to help with this transition and recognize that if it's safe to keep that bus on the road for a couple of years, we might make a really different decision in a year or two. I sent the superintendent a bunch of links. There's districts in Massachusetts that have gotten amazing grants and ability to fund electric buses this very year. And I want to figure out a way to make sure our district is part of that, as I've already said why in other meetings. So Mr. Mayor, maybe you can help me phrase it. Maybe it needs to be one amendment.
I think your concern is you're not prepared to support that particular piece of the appropriation, whatever the dollar amount is. So it feels
without further information that I've been asking for, and I'm going to give people the benefit of the doubt and say they're just really busy, but I've asked for the mileage on the bus that we're replacing, and I don't have it. I don't know what the mileage is or why it needs to be replaced.
So, I mean, to me, the clearest way to express what you're trying to express, which is a frustration that you don't feel you can support that expenditure without the information you need, is to basically put forth an amendment to reduce that expenditure level subject to receipt of further information. Now, not every member may agree with you on that approach, but that's sort of, I think that captures what you're expressing, that you don't feel comfortable approving the entire amount of the budget, that there's this small piece. I just don't know. I don't like, the school committee is the budget authority for approving the budget. So it can't defer its authority to a school committee, to a committee at a future date. That's not really that's not how we approve the budget. So, and that's not, certainly the charter requires the budget to be approved by April 15th, not April 15th, and then subject to, a meeting that may take place later. So I think that the clearest way for you to express your frustration is to make an amendment to reduce the budget by that amount, to basically delete those expenditures. I mean, that's the clearest way.
Thank you. I appreciate that guidance. Can I ask a little more guidance? Is there a way to not reduce the budget, but to word it kind of like we just did with the high school, where we say, pending more information, either wait to spend that money on a bus when under a different circumstance, or go ahead and do it pending information on its age and its mileage? How can I do that? Because that's really what I want to do. And I want the Budget and Property Subcommittee to be able to get that information and bring it back to this group.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that, it's clearly put in there for a purpose, and it's certainly the committee, the school department submitted capital requests, and I'm just trying to figure out a way to, you sort of want to approve it, but not or approve it with strings attached, and I don't think you can do that. It's either approve it or don't approve it.
The limited information I have is we just are on a cycle of putting these requests in, and it isn't based on mileage. And I don't know if we've driven that bus a lot less in the last year. I've asked, I don't have the answer. So I'm stuck. And I'll also share with the committee, last year, my understanding is that the capital improvement money approved a bus, and we modified it to be 2 vans, and it was trivial to do that because that's what we needed. We looked into it and figured it out. And Cammie says that's wrong, but something got modified. I remembered us voting on it. So before I make the amendment, there's a bunch of hands up. I'm happy to listen. Well, I'll make the amendment. I would like I would like to vote on this budget. I don't know how to make it. You've left me, without answering the questions I've been asking for 2 weeks, you've left me unable to make this amendment.
Then
Dr. Provost, do you have any suggestions how I can word this? You're muted.
I think the issue of an eventual transition to electric is germane to the work of the Budget and Property Subcommittee. I think that could be a part of this, but as I said, my concern is about any kind of amendment that would prevent us from spending money that we may need to spend on buses for now. I mean, I can tell you that everything I've heard talks about a 5-year transition. So you have buses now that, we'd be purchasing for 10 years, but you're not going to flip a switch even in a 5-year transition and go to, immediately replacing the entire fleet. That would be, unacceptably costly. What you may be able to do, from what I understand of this issue, in 5 years is build out the infrastructure, the charging stations, and all the rest of the stuff you need to do so that you're ready to begin making the transition. So I think it still would be important to buy these buses, because I think, you might be replacing some of the ones that are older, but not the ones that need to be replaced now. You would still need those for several years as you're moving over.
So I appreciate that, and that's why this is kind of hard, because there really are 2 things going on here. And I understand why the transition to electric buses is a Budget and Property Subcommittee issue that we'll come back to and is not part of the budget, and I appreciate that. So I'm removing that. But what I'm really struggling with is somewhat an orthogonal question, which is I have been unable to get an answer why we need this new bus, and maybe Cammie knows. Her hands up, so could we ask her?
Sure, Cammie, would you like to respond?
I would. So Susan, it's not necessarily how much mileage is on a bus, it's a number of different things. Our buses are not 70 passenger buses as a traditional bus. So bus companies buy buses, they run them 5 years, 7, 8 years, and the more years you have them, the more repair bills you have. Those buses do not have hydraulic lifts that lift wheelchairs with students in them. That's where our mechanical piece becomes much more critical, because our buses that we have are wheelchair buses. So they have hydraulics that continually, if the older they get, the more the wear and tear. So our buses are in town, they're not doing a lot of mileage, but it's a lot of up and down with those hydraulics. Those are the pieces that have a tendency to go more than we've got a lot of miles on it. And we don't want to start jeopardizing the repair bills and or those hydraulic safeties. You've got students in wheelchairs on lifts. That's why we can maintain buses that are no more than 5 years old. When we go out to bid, we make sure buses aren't any older than 7 years old of our contractors. So why are we having any buses that are older than that? I understand what you're saying about switching over, but to do that right now, and we talked about it last year, budget and property, and we didn't get anywhere as far as the decision was made with the committee to go forward for the next year to start implementing electric buses. We were going to keep an eye on the grants, if the availability, because the electric buses are more expensive, and there's a number of pieces that come into play with the electric buses, warranties, lifts, heat. There were so many questions that we weren't ready to go to that piece of it when we had to apply for capital funds in the fall. Next year, we're going to be buying a bus again. And just to clarify, last year, we did not modify a request. We were going to put in a bus, but we were having a difficult time getting bus drivers. So instead of replacing a bus, we got 2 vans to give us some flexibility to transport students.
I agree. That's what I said. Yeah.
That was the request that was made to the city.
Okay, but we did not modify the request. We didn't change it after the fact.
Request.
That was the request that we actually put in.
Yeah.
So I would urge the committee to do that. Budget and property could spend the next year if that's what they want to do. You got a lot of things going on the plate right now. You got late start that's changing. And Susan, when you asked the questions on Monday with Tammy, it was opening day for elementary schools.
I asked a long time ago. I had to ask a couple times, and I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying I'm trying to justify that amount of money. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have some other hands, Member Gold and then Member Condon. Member Gold?
Yeah, I just wanted to call to question Member Fallon's motion.
Okay, so you would like to make a motion to call the original question, which means
Yes, thank you. That's the correct way to say it.
Question. That does require a second, and it requires a vote. So is there a second on that motion? That's a privileged motion, but it does require a second and then a vote.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded by Member Condon to call the question. And so that does, that requires a vote. It's not a debatable motion because it's basically a motion to end the debate and vote on the motion. So
That's a clarifying question.
You can ask a point of order, sure.
Member Voss, did you make an amendment?
Not yet. No, there's not a motion. There's not an amendment made and seconded on the floor right now. So, okay. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on a motion to call the question.
Member Levy.
I'm voting on whether we're going to vote.
You're voting on whether we will vote on the original motion. That's correct.
Okay, no.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
No.
Member Voss.
No.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
No.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
No.
Member Condon.
Yes.
The vote is tied 5-5.
Okay, so the motion fails. So the motion to call the question. So we're back to the original debate. Well, frankly, it's still on the original motion, but there's a hand. Member Condon, did you had your hand up prior to the motion being made? Did you have a question or a comment?
No, I was just going to call it the question myself.
Okay, so back to you, Member Voss, to make a motion. I mean, I think essentially you're expressing a concern about supporting this amount of money. So this money, you don't feel comfortable supporting the money with the information you have. So the clearest way for you to express that, again, is to make a motion to cut that funding from the budget.
You know what, Mayor, I'm just going to say, I'm not sure I need to make a motion. I needed to have the conversation. I needed to understand it better. We have public meeting law. It's impossible for me to talk to
people about this in a meaningful way, and I needed to have a conversation and get feedback and make sure as a committee that this is the right way forward. So I'm glad we didn't call the question. I wanted to be able to say that. If other members think that we should move ahead with an amendment, I'd love to hear it, but I'm also willing, if nobody else is worried, I guess I feel like I've done the due diligence to understand this as best as I can, and I appreciate Cammie's input. And I don't want the school committee in general to just replace a bus every 5 years. I want us to think about how much is the fixing costs, what are we buying? And I think we're just on a timeline and we're busy, and we had COVID and we potentially drove our buses less. I don't know, maybe we didn't. And I think the budget, I hope that someday I can make a motion and the budget and property subcommittee can understand it better and our bus replacement schedule better. So I'll leave it at that unless others have things to add.
Okay, are there any more questions or amendments? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the original motion to approve the fiscal year 2022 budget.
Member Kaufman.
Just please clarify, Mayor Narcoitz, we're now voting on the original budget that Member Fallon put forth?
That is correct. Yes.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
And Member Levy.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the fiscal year 2022 budget for the Northampton Public Schools is unanimously approved. Thank you, Dr. Provost, and thank you, Cammie, and the entire team for putting this all together and bringing it forward. So we will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is our annual vote to participate in, continue our participation in school choice, or to not opt out of school choice. There's lots of semantics around what the vote should be, but that's effectively what we're asked to vote on each year, whether we'll continue our participation in school choice. Dr. Provost, do you have a recommendation for the committee?
Yes, I recommend that we continue participation in school choice. As I mentioned, I believe it was at the last month's meeting, I would only anticipate accepting students in grades 6 and 9 next year due to the large class sizes in all other grades.
So I would accept a motion from someone.
I'd like to move to participate, continue our participation in school choice.
Okay, so there's been a motion made to continue the district's participation in the school choice. Is there a second?
Second.
Member Gold? Okay, Member Gold has seconded that. Is there any discussion or debate? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Oh, sorry, Member Voss.
I don't anticipate voting against it this year, but I feel like I always say this and I want to say it again. And that is, as a member of the school committee, I don't have a good sense of what the actual cost of this is. I understand it's to fill in spots. And for most students, we get $5,000 a year, and it costs the city of Northampton more than twice that to educate a student. And when there's an empty spot in a classroom, I understand the thinking that it's better to bring a student in. But I do encourage us to think more deeply about this at some point in the near future. As an example, the 9th grade, if we fill that bigger, these students are expensive to educate, and we have a lot of classes at the high school that are upwards of 25 or 30 students in a class, and I think all agree that's too many. And so I just would really like us to make space next year to think more deeply about this.
Are there any other comments or questions? Member Seraphy Cox.
I'm just curious what a conversation about that might look like. If it's related to some other conversation that we have on a regular basis, or if its place would be in, I don't know necessarily a retreat, but I guess I'm just kind of asking the question of when would that conversation happen?
Well, certainly, certainly it could be, at a committee level, I suppose. Obviously, I think I can say with some authority that, we are, school choice is we take in more school choice than we pay out. We certainly not enough to compensate for charter school loss, but I know that it has been an issue that's been talked about for many years over many school committees, and obviously it's a way to fill seats, but also it has provided revenue as well to the district. So Dr. Provost, your physical hand is up. I'll turn to you.
So I can speak to how this typically comes up in conversation in other districts. It's often in the context of the budget, and it's often when you have retirements. And you can look ahead and say, if we reduce our staff through retirement, that we may save more money than we would by keeping the positions and filling students to maintain the same level of students within your school. So where I've seen it happen in other districts is where there have been a large number of retirements and a business manager or superintendent said, look, if we don't take these choice students, we don't have to replace the positions and we'll actually come out ahead by reducing our teaching workforce. So that's, in my experience, where I've seen it come up. That's not the position that we've been in ever. Even this year, we've had kind of a steady stream of retirements on a yearly basis. So there hasn't been sort of a surge where, I've been able to look forward and say, there's another option we can think about, which would be reducing our size of our program. But if that did happen, I certainly would bring it forward to the committee as a potential option.
And just so that I understand what school choice means for the district as a whole, if we take in a student through school choice, say in 6th grade, are we legally required to continue them, or at a certain point, do we say, no, we're not taking school choice anymore, and so you have to leave?
So if you discontinue choice at any time, all of the students who are currently enrolled remain in your district until graduation or until they voluntarily leave. So once you accept a student, they're with you until graduation, essentially.
Got it. Thank you.
Member Voss.
Thank you, Member Seraphy Cox, for that question. I just want to say what I had in mind in terms of thinking more deeply about it. I don't know. You're asking us to vote on something, and I don't know if it's a revenue. It looks like revenue because we bring in $5,000 per student, but the part that is really hard to digest is we're spending a lot more than $5,000 per student. And what are those costs integrated over the 13 years we're educating some of those students? And so I guess what I might imagine, and I don't know, Dr. Provost, if people do this, but imagine somebody going back and figuring out for the last 12 years, a model, like how much did these students actually cost us? I'm not against school choice, and there might be some really good reasons to keep it, but if it's a budgetary decision, I don't think we have all the information or the way to think about it, and we're not going to get it this year, but at some point, I think it would be smart to ask somebody with expertise in that to weigh in on how much school choice has cost us, how much have we made and how much have we lost? Like when we have to go add another 3rd grade class someday, we wouldn't have had to do that without school choice potentially, and how students have moved in and out of our district, or kids who have been in private schools till 8th grade and come into our high school. How are we sizing our classes, and what does a pattern look like, and what has this really cost us? Because I just have no idea.
And I just want to be clear, I was merely referring to the fact that there are some districts that lose money on school choice, that students choice out of the district, and it becomes, and so they're paying sending tuition, they're losing that $5,000. And I'm just saying that we take in more than we send out. So that's
I appreciate that, but I would say if we had a class limit of 20 and we had 41 students, we would actually make money by sending one student out because we need one less class. So it's more complicated. And
Certainly is. Yes, definitely. Yeah. And, you know, it leads to lots of other interesting questions and debates, including how many schools we need. And that certainly came up during a period where we were considering whether we needed to close an elementary school, and certainly school choice played into that. So it's a thorny conversation, but certainly it's definitely has budgetary implications as well as other implications for the district. So Member Fallon.
Sorry, I don't want to get into too much depth. I know we have a lot more on our agenda, but I do want to say I worry when you talk about assigning a price tag to a student. Obviously, some of our students who are going to, in fact, quote, cost the most money are those that are in our highest needs groups. And when we vote to accept students from school choice, we don't know whether we will get students who have needs that are going to cost us more money or less. And so by saying that we want to analyze the question as to whether or not it's expensive really makes me uncomfortable. I guess that's where, when we talk about it being a thorny issue, I don't like to think about like students and as far as how much they're costing us in that way. And so I guess that's why I would be uncomfortable in thinking about the school choice students that we're accepting as far as the price tag or the burden that they place on the district.
So I have a question. I have a hand from Cami and then Susan again. Cami?
I did want to clarify for the committee. So the established rate for a school choice student that we accept is $5,000 a year. That's what we obtain from the other district through the state. If there is any special needs services provided to any student that's a school choice in student, we, based on the IEP, we are also receiving some funds for those services in addition to the $5,000. So I don't want the committee to have the impression that we only get the $5,000 and whatever services we provide costs us money. It doesn't. We get reimbursed based on a state established grid based on the IEP for any student that comes in addition to the $5,000.
Member Voss.
I just want to clarify, I was talking about average, the state numbers, not by student. So that was the number I understood, 5,000 for students coming in. And I think the foundation budget says we have to spend a certain amount, which I don't know the exact amount, but it's on the order. Maybe you can help me, Cami, but 13,000, 14,000 per student is what we have to spend. But whatever the foundation, what's that?
11,521.
Okay, so 11,000. So what we're bringing in for each school choice is less than half of what the state says we have to spend to educate them. And that's where I really have trouble wrapping my head around this.
I agree with you. I agree with you fully on that. And it's also vexing to me that it's 5,000 for school choice, but it's almost triple that for a charter school student. So, and that's sort of the essence of a lot of the inequities around how charters are funded versus school choice. So, and they'll often tell us, it didn't cost you anything to lose that charter school student. But seemingly, yeah, there's just so much disconnect between those two programs and how they're funded. So it's definitely ripe for a larger conversation for sure. Member Seraphy Cox.
Related to your comment just now about charter schools is that a school district's reputation in a community, I think, as being a choice in rather than a choice out is also important in terms of that charter school conversation. So that's hard to quantify, but certainly Northampton, I think, would lose more students to charter schools if we were a choice out.
Okay. So sounds like there's agreement that folks want to have more in-depth conversation about choice going forward. But the question before us tonight that we're required to take this vote on is just whether or not we'll continue for the upcoming school year. Oh, sorry, Member Goldman.
No, I was just preparing to make a motion to participate in school choice this year.
Second on that motion?
I could not hear the motion. Can you say that again?
It was a motion to, and actually, was a motion already made?
It's already been made and seconded.
Yeah, a motion was made by Member Fallon and seconded by Member Gold already. So we do have a motion on the floor. So just more a matter of, is there any further question before I ask the clerk to call the roll? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
And Member Kaufman.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so that motion is adopted. And next item on the agenda, we're actually at our point now where there is a request for an executive session. So there's a request for an executive session, and then there is also a vote scheduled after said executive session that would foresee us returning to open session to potentially take another vote before adjourning in open session. I just want to check with the chair of the negotiations committee. Does that comport with your understanding of what we're potentially aiming to do?
Yes.
Okay, so would you be willing to make the motion to move into executive session?
No, I would like somebody else to do it. I am currently transporting myself to another room.
No
I
problem.
can make it.
Problem. Okay, go ahead, Member Voss.
I make the motion to request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to conduct collective bargaining or litigation, whereas an open session may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
And Member Goldman.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the school committee will then move into an executive session because to hold this session in open session would be detrimental to collective bargaining and potential litigation. So I do want to let the public know that we will go into executive session, but we will not adjourn from executive session. We do plan to adjourn from open session. So we will return, and there's the potential for an additional vote on the agenda, but we will return to open session before adjourning. So I would now ask that those who are members of the public, that you would need to move into, are we doing a separate Zoom meeting for this, or are we asking folks to be in the waiting room? Annie, what is our plan?
I apologize. We didn't really think that through. So we can put folks in the waiting room and then bring them back in after we come back from executive session, if that works.
Yeah, the only option is that or to go into a chat room.
A breakout room.
A breakout room for the school committee. That way the main meeting stays open, I think. Is that okay? I see heads, more experienced Zoom heads nodding. So I would, so maybe if we can do it, if you have the authority to do the breakout room, we could just move because I know there's a question, I think the school committee probably needs to meet first. Is that correct, Member Seraphy Cox? And then bring others in, or?
I'm not entirely sure that the others are awake. I was communicating with them during the meeting, so I think that, well, for one thing, we need to go into executives. We are in executive session, so we need to stop the recording and so forth. But I think that, I think going into the breakout room is fine.
Okay. Okay. So obviously we'd ask our friends at Northampton Open Media to suspend broadcasting for right now. I think I don't know. It's a really good question. But I don't know if Liz is there still. She told me she had a good book tonight. She said she had a good book.
We're not in executive session, right?
Yes, we have.
We are.
Executive session.
Aren't there folks here who normally don't attend?
There are, and that's why we're debating going into a breakout room and then coming back, just so that folks don't have to go into a waiting room. Or I can put people in the waiting room. That's the other option. We can just put people in the waiting room.
I think going into the breakout room is better, because then if Northampton Open Media is still there and is just still running, then the empty room will be run.
So could you effectuate a breakout room, Annie? And
I am doing that right now. I think I have everyone. Let me just make sure. Yep, it looks like everyone we need.
You've got Layla and John and Cami as well as part of that, okay? So to those who are still in the open part of the meeting, we'll be in a breakout room and then can come back.
Okay.
Okay. I got the invitation, so it seems to be working.
Oh, I forgot about myself. Susan, before you leave,
Okay.
I guess tell David I'm going to try to figure out how to get, that's why I can't do it. I won't be in there.
I think you have to make somebody else. Oh no, you should be able to join it. If you're the host, you can just join.
I tried.
You don't need to.
Yeah, okay, you got it.
Go
Thank
to
you.
the breakout room and just click on join.
Thank you, thank you.
Sure. Okay, bye. See you there. I didn't get invited.
Okay. So you can probably well, it had, I guess it still is the Thursday, April 8th, 2021 meeting of the Northampton School Committee. We've been in executive session. We've just moved back into open session, and I would like to, I guess, turn to the chair of our negotiating subcommittee to make a motion in open session regarding ratification or partial ratification, which is on our agenda.
Thank you. This ratification is an agreement of a memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreement between the Northampton Association of School Employees and the Northampton School Committee related to the return to fully in-person learning. This agreement lays out provisions related to that return, and the committee agreed to almost all of the provisions that were previously discussed, and except for 4 items related to, I guess I don't need to say that. I just need to say the numbers. So paragraph 37, paragraph 36, and the 2 paragraphs at the top of page 13, which actually didn't have numbers on them, which should. So the entire, I would make a motion to ratify this agreement with the exception of those 4 paragraphs, the 2 paragraphs at the top of page 13 and paragraph 36 and 37 as numbered.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded to ratify this MOA with those exceptions. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Member Fallon,
No.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Nope.
Mayor Narcoit,
Yes.
and Member Busansky.
No.
The vote is 7 in favor, 3 against.
Okay, so the motion carries and that ratification is approved.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, I will dispense with reading all the dates and times of our future meetings, and folks can read those on the agenda. So I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to adjourn.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoit,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
and Member Fallon.
Yes.
Vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the meeting, April 8th, 2021 meeting of the Northampton School Committee is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.